Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the meeting of the Select Board for April 8, 2025. First item, I'd like to move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes and discussing strategy related to bargaining with union employees in Local 950 International Association of Firefighters and the Brookline Engineering Division Associates. The bargaining with union employees must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session, therefore, to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We will return after the executive session.
1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for April 8th, 2025. Let's start off with announcements or comments from the Select Board. I'd like to add or mention just one thing that I've been asked to tell people. Comcast changed our civic channel from 22 to 8, in case you're interested. Let's see. During tonight's meeting, all other cable channels remain the same. I've done my duty. Any other comments? John, Paul?
Yeah, I think I have a duty too, a very brief one. Tomorrow, I have the privilege of attending a groundbreaking, although I think it's more of a renovation initiation, at the Brookline Community Development Corporation. They're doing great work within our community. It marks the beginning of some renovations that they're doing, including transition away from fossil fuels, electrifying their building, improving insulation, and installing new heating and cooling systems and windows. And you ask, well, why tell us about that? It's because we've given them a lot of money to do it. That's why. We awarded them $756,000 from ARPA. They've got some preliminary commitments from Lean Deep Energy Retrofit, which is kind of matching funds. We awarded town meeting last year, awarded them through the CPA, Community Preservation Act, $766,000. And they've gotten a grant from Climate Ready Initiative Housing. So that's a total of about $1.9 million. This organization does a great job in providing important affordable housing to those who are in need. So I'll be attending that tomorrow morning at about 11 a.m. Thank you.
Friday morning.
Friday morning. Oh,
Right.
is Tom on Friday? It's Friday.
Yeah, Friday.
That's what I meant.
You'll be too early.
I'll be too early if it's tomorrow.
I think Mike had.
So speaking of Brookline Community Development Corporation, the chair, Deborah Brown, convened a very interesting group. All of the representatives who represent Brookline, Congressman Auchincloss, State Representatives Vitolo, Schwartz, Honan, and McGregor, and State Senator Cynthia Cream for a discussion about housing. And this was a couple days ago.
Yeah, Monday.
Right.
Yeah, one day ago.
One day ago. And John was there as well. It was a very interesting discussion about what the possibilities are in the state legislature to support housing. And one of the messages that came through from the state representatives was that the budget is going to, or the legislature is going to be very, very cautious about spending anything beyond what they absolutely have to until they get a much better sense of what's coming out of Washington. And one of the messages from Congressman Auchincloss was the funds that have been coming out of Washington are, for certain kinds of things, including housing, are at risk. So I think we have to be mindful of the fact that we're not going to get a lot of extra help this year from the state, and the state is very concerned about the amount of help that it's going to get, because a lot of the money that comes through the localities from the state originates with federal grants, that they're not going to get a lot of help from the federal side. So it's a fact of life where you can gnash your teeth or whatever you like, but it's a fact that we're going to have to deal with in the budget.
John.
Couple of things. There is going to be a week from today, April 15th at 1 p.m., a program that is via Zoom, set up by our Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, ODEICR. And it is a Zoom session on Know Your Rights, fair housing law, and also the Americans with Disabilities Act. So, if you are interested in learning more about your rights under the Fair Housing Law or under the Americans with Disabilities Act, a week from today, 1 p.m., and the Zoom information is on the website of the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. The other announcement I want to make is just that the April newsletter, Brookline Mothers Out Front, has been published, as always with their newsletters. It's full of really good information. And so I recommend people just kind of Google search Brookline Mothers Out Front and yeah, get your hands on their April newsletter, April 2025 newsletter.
Okay, thank you. Next, public comment. Let me make a note or let you know that we have a timer on the screen. So if you overshoot the 3 minutes that you get, I'm not going to have Tiffany tell you, but I'm going to tell you. Actually, I don't expect much problem from the audience, but sometimes I have to get the board to settle down. So, but anyway, Tiffany, you want to?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name and either their Brookline precinct number or street address. We do have a full public comment of folks who've signed up in advance. The first speaker will be Rachel Dunbar, followed by Emily Jacobson.
Okay, I
you,
think
Yura.
people will lose time if we have outbursts like that.
All right, 2:57 on the clock. All right. Good evening, members of the Select Board Committee. My name is Rachel Dunbar. I'm a special educator with the Public Schools of Brookline. I am here to speak on behalf of the youngest members of the Brookline community. Our school district is facing some major budget deficits. The Brookline School Committee, has to make some difficult decisions regarding what or who to cut. While I'm grateful for the proposed cuts that have been off the table, including my own position, there will be more to come. We have already experienced some devastating losses. On March 13th of this year, the school committee voted to dissolve the Office of Educational Equity. This department's purpose was to ensure the needs of all students were being met in order to succeed. They were supposed to lead the district in making radical changes to the way that we teach, assess, and use data to make our practices better. I fear that this district will continue to see an ever-growing achievement gap amongst our traditionally underserved populations. Another cut the school committee is proposing is a cut to our curriculum coordinators, the people who work hard to help teachers navigate the district-mandated curriculum. These coordinators collaborate with teachers to plan and execute effective instruction for students all across the district. With the new literacy curriculum starting next school year, we will need their help more than ever. So allow me to propose a different solution. It is my understanding that there is a fund of certified free cash that could be put towards covering this deficit. This would be a great solution to ensure that the needs of our most vulnerable students are being met without jeopardizing the town's financial standing. As a champion for these students, I implore you to please consider these alternative funds so that all of us here in Brookline can continue the work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Jacobson, followed by Justin Brown. If you just
It's fine. I'm not on the board.
Should all be left on the table.
Oh my gosh, thanks. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Emily Jacobson. I live at 166 Walnut Street. I'm here before you to speak on an item that came before the board last week. That's item 10A, question of approving the contract number, blah, 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 bicycle network implementation plan in the amount of $118,000. I'm the chair of the committee that recommended that the transportation use a portion of the funds dedicated in the CIP to bicycle access for this study. It's unfortunate that I was not informed that the item was coming before your board last week. And it appeared to me that there was some confusion as to the goals of the study and as to the current transportation policy framework in town. I respectfully asked the chair to allow me a couple extra minutes to make some remarks. I don't have a lot to say, but it's not going to fit into 3 minutes.
You know, we have a long meeting tonight.
I
Also, if
understand
we
that.
give you extra time, we give everyone else extra time. Unfortunately, we can't do that, but the
Okay.
board does accept emails at selectboard@brooklinemanamated.gov.
And after the meeting, we do set aside time to hear additional comments from the public.
Okay. So you have before you Brookline's multimodal transportation plan. It was completed in 2022, before many of you were on the board. It was completed after 2 years of planning. I'm sorry, I don't have a price tag for it. I don't know how much it cost. If you turn to the small tab in the plan, you'll see a sun diagram, and it shows basically the transportation framework for the town. This knits together the needs of different stakeholders into one plan and gives a high-level estimate of the funding needed to bring our roads back to a good of state repair. The bicycle plan is one of several stakeholder plans that are included. Some of the stakeholder plans are consultant-driven plans. Some of them, like the pedestrian and the bicycle-driven plan, are entirely volunteer-led plans. The bicycle plan has been updated over the years as infrastructure has changed and as best practices for bike lanes have evolved. It has been an invaluable tool to communicate both with the Transportation Division and with the Transportation Board the priorities of cyclists. It was seen as such a useful tool that the Pedestrian Advisory Committee was asked by the Transportation Board to create their own plan. I applaud your intentions to make the Green Routes Plan multimodal. That's what we want in town. We want a multimodal transportation network. But I think it ignores the broader policy in which it already lives. I would like to speak to you about the reasons why we feel that the plan needs to be updated.
That concludes your time.
I will wait for the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Justin Brown, followed by Maggie Kniff.
Good evening, Chair Green and members of the Select Board, Town Administrator Carey, and those watching from home and all the educators who are here. My name is Justin Brown. I'm the president of the Brookline Educators Union, representing about 1,300 paraprofessionals, administrators, and teachers who work in the public schools of Brookline. I'd like to touch on 2 points. First, a reminder of the union's position. We believe that a multi-million-dollar budget deficit for next year is a threat to jobs, programs, and the capacity of our educators and schools to meet the demands of teaching the students of PSB. We also believe that a one-time movement of money from certified free cash to the school department's budget will eliminate the need for any further cuts and allow the school committee to the ability to rescind cuts it has already made. Through our analysis, we feel that this is not a threat to the town's AAA bond rating, nor its overall fiscal health. There is work to be done for sure to fix long-term problems, and we look forward to collaborating on solutions. Second, I want to talk about workplace injuries. Educators are being injured on the job as the result of dysregulated student behavior, which we all know is the result of the understaffing and underfunding of PSB. At half of our pre-K to 8 schools this year, I have talked with teams of educators who are impacted by injuries. Educators are being bitten, kicked, assaulted with objects, strangled, punched, and having their hair pulled out. This is happening to paraprofessionals, to teachers, and to administrators. These emergency situations pull educators away from their other duties and responsibilities, starting a cascading impact on entire school communities. No one should go to school expecting to be hurt. This is not the fault of students. This is the result of underfunding, undertraining, understaffing, the lack of resources in a plan, the lack of time for educators to meet, and other things, all of which have budgetary implications. Educators are already being asked to do more with less. The double-digit FTE and enhanced OSS positions for next year that the school committee has already cut from the budget are not new initiatives, not experiments or pilots, but badly needed FTE right now. Our budget is failing to meet the moment, and our educators and students are paying the price. It's widely said that a budget is a demonstration of your priorities. What then should we make of a budget for next year that's already unable to tackle systemic racism, fully fund the needs of our most vulnerable students, and allow educators to do their jobs without the demoralizing fear of workplace harm? What are your priorities? We are urging you as town leaders to do the right thing in the short term. Ensure a budget for FY26 that allows educators and students to thrive, and invest in the long-term structural change that will put an end to the cycle of layoffs. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maggie Kniff, followed by Justin Robinson.
Good evening, members of the Select Board, Chairman Green. Thank you for hearing my comments this evening. My name is Maggie Caniff, and I'm a Brookline Public Schools educator and parent, and a proud union member. I appreciate, first of all the work that this board has already done to understand the budget crisis in the public schools, including meeting with school committee members, parents, and educators. I would ask for you, please, to continue to work with the school committee and come up with a plan to bring a balanced budget to town meeting without any more cuts. I realize this means tough decisions on your part, and that you will need to prioritize funding the public schools over something else. I know that managing a town budget is complex and that there is no simple solution to this problem. I do know about budgeting in general, and I know that if you don't have enough money for everything, you have to prioritize. We are asking that you prioritize the students of Brookline Public Schools. Please believe us that this is an emergency, and the cuts that have already been voted to pass will hurt our schools. If any more cuts go through, we will be in very dire straits indeed. Lastly, I want to say that leaving this unbalanced budget and passing it along to town meeting would cause some very serious problems. For example, deadlines for reduction in force letters are quickly approaching. If no resolution is reached before May 1st, the administration will likely begin to send reduction in force letters to many educators and staff members. This will cause talented educators to leave Brookline and will continue to erode the already low morale among educators and staff in our schools. In Brookline, we have historically had exemplary schools, and Brookline remains one of the most desirable towns in Massachusetts, in large part because of those schools. But that reputation is unfortunately faltering now. And depending on what happens in the next few weeks, will continue to falter. My colleagues and I are frustrated and tired, but we will continue to speak out for ourselves and for our students. Right now, we don't feel like a priority. We feel like we're being treated as a burden. We believe children and teachers are not a burden. They are an asset. We believe the children of Brookline deserve to be prioritized. Please do the right thing by them and close this budget gap. Thank you.
The last speaker will be Justin Robinson.
It's a trend here. Good evening. My name is Justin Robinson, and I am the president of Brookline Firefighters Local 950. I'm also a 27-year veteran of the fire department and a former resident of this community. I stand before you tonight to speak on behalf of the 148 dedicated men and women of the Brookline Fire Department who work tirelessly and around the clock to protect the lives and the property of this community. We are on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Over the past decade, Brookline has experienced significant growth, new residences, hotels, businesses, and future expansion plans that have already impacted and will continue to impact both the community and our fire department. As the town faces projected budget deficits, I was alarmed to hear the suggestion at a March Advisory Committee meeting put forward by a member of the administration staff that the idea of reducing manning could result in a savings for the town. The recommendation to reduce the 4-person minimum crew size per fire apparatus to just 3 in the hope of achieving some alleged savings reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of the demands of our work. I ask you, as elected representatives and residents of this town, to carefully consider the implications of relying on a vague could save money metric when evaluating the critical nature of the work we do. Firefighting is inherently dangerous. The mass.gov website defines firefighting as a career requiring professionals to, quote, respond to risky and physically demanding calls, working shifts that operate around the clock. Brookline firefighters responded to nearly 10,000 911 calls in 2024, and at the current rate, we will exceed 10,000 calls in 2025. There has been a 37% increase in call volume compared to just 10 years ago. To suggest that the job of a firefighter in the face of increased call volume can be done as safely with fewer personnel is both misleading and dangerous. It ultimately puts at risk the very people we are sworn to protect. To help address this issue, we worked with the IAFF resources, Chief Sullivan, and Fire Department Technology Analyst Stan Reichgart to produce a Geographic Information Systems report about the town and its fire department. A GIS report is an essential tool for the municipalities and labor unions alike, providing data that helps both management and labor make informed decisions. We are sharing this report with you in the hopes of sparking an open conversation. The report is available on our union website at brooklinefirefighters.org, and we encourage you and anybody in town to review it to start a dialogue. In the coming weeks, we will host an informational meeting for anyone who wants to learn more about the report and the critical work for your fire department performs. We hope you'll join us to better understand how our service directly impacts the safety and well-being of this community. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. That concludes the time for public comment at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you. Next, miscellaneous items. First, approval of our minutes for April 1st, 2025. Any corrections or edits to those minutes? Seeing none, I move approval. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I want to move approval of items 7B to 7E in omnibus fashion, unless someone wants to pull out one of the items for further discussion. You would?
I just can't hear you.
Folks, can we keep it down as you file out, please? Thank you.
Few taps of the gas.
Hey, folks, please keep it down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. What were you saying?
The usual.
7B.
I want to move approval of items 7B to 7E in omnibus fashion, unless someone wants to pull one of them out for further discussion. Michael?
I just want to comment on 7D.
Okay.
And it's a no-brainer to accept this. It does, however, call, the details in the memorandum call for installing level 2 charges, and I hope that we can look towards establishing a policy of putting in level 3 charges wherever that's possible. Perhaps, I don't know if it's possible to convert this to from level 2 to level 3, but level 3 charges are much more frequently utilized and they're much more efficient.
Automobile chargers. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
right,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
And we know that, but
Electric
not
vehicle
everyone in the
chargers.
audience
Right,
may.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? David?
I just have a technical question regarding 7C. So when proposed donations come before the board, is there some kind of minimum threshold that requires select board approval?
Apparently not.
No, any gift, any gift requires your acceptance, except gifts to the schools, which require school committee acceptance.
All right.
Okay, so with that, I move approval of items 7B through 7E. All in favor? John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And we want to thank Mr. Weeks for that donation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Weeks, for that donation. To the Police Department's K-9 fund. Okay, boards and commissions interviews. Interview of Francesca Gjorga. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Francesca's online. Francesca, I'm promoting you now. You should be able to start your video.
Okay, perfect. Can you
Can you,
guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes, you got that right. Although I've changed my last name recently, so might need to make a little update to that.
Before you go or
Yeah.
start, you're applying to the Brookline Commission for Women.
Correct.
Just so the audience knows. Okay, go forward. Give us some background on yourself and why you're interested in this commission.
Yeah, definitely. So I am a resident of Brookline as of 4 years ago, so I'm fairly new. And I work doing ARPA grants management and monitoring for Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont. So I do a lot of state and local government consulting, very involved in that world. I also do a lot of nonprofit work. So I'm somebody that's very passionate about being a public servant and really promoting and advancing issues that I'm passionate about. And one thing I'm very passionate about is advancing women's issues, especially promoting empowerment and raising awareness for equity. Just a little background on me. So I come from the Balkans, where I feel like women's issues are very dicey. However, moving to the US, I feel like I've had a lot more opportunity than I would have had in like my home country. So it's definitely something that I'm passionate about and passionate about helping other people, just break through those barriers. But I don't know if all that made sense. Anyone have any questions?
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll start off by asking you what ideas you have for the Women's Commission, particularly with your experience in the Balkans, and comparing, that part of the world with the United States, as you've indicated in your
Yeah,
introductory remarks.
I think it's definitely difficult to get out there and break through, um, like those ceilings when you don't really have a model, or you don't really know of other people that also have kind of found their way through. In the Balkans, it's definitely a very patriarchal society. So women are expected to stay home, be homemakers, which is perfectly fine. However, it's a little bit frowned upon when you have your own career, or you prioritize a career, or you get married at a later age. And I find that a lot of family members or friends that are also Albanian that are here struggle with that. And I know it's not just like a Balkan thing, it's for a lot of immigrants that grow up in those kinds of societies. And the US is a great place. I mean, Brookline is an incredible town to live in. And you guys already do a great job of promoting, equity and women's issues, but I would just love to get involved and maybe just provide a different perspective from somebody with a different background than maybe what's, more common.
Paul.
Yep, thank you. First, thank you for your application. When I was reading your resume and your application, I first thought, well, why isn't she on the small business committee? Because you've got some great business experience.
Too much.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, your family business and such. So, and all the grant things that you do,
Mhm.
but of course, they are all applicable also to the Women's Commission.
Mhm.
But how would you apply them? So it's really it's interesting, your business experience, in leadership and grants and things like that, and operationally with your family's restaurant.
Mhm.
Certainly, women-owned businesses are, we have some of them in Brookline. We certainly
Yeah.
can use more. So.
Yeah. So my parents actually own, I don't know if anyone here is, too familiar with the North Shore, but there's a lot of roast beef and pizza places. So my
Yes.
parents own a bunch of those.
All right.
And since and neither of my parents speak English very well, so I would say since I was maybe like 14, I've been working with my parents. And at this point, it's just second nature of doing a lot of the administrative or like the hiring for the store in addition to everything else that I do. Which I feel like for a younger woman is, you know, can be challenging. I know a lot of folks, maybe don't take me super seriously since I, kind of act on behalf of my parents. My parents are obviously much more experienced, much older. But I know how to navigate through like the state, local, federal level or getting things done. Obviously with my job experience and with a lot of the other experience that I have. Even if I'm not familiar with something, I'm very, very good at just kind of figuring out on my own, but not everybody has that ability to kind of just identify issues and like, find ways to solve them on their own. Sometimes they need a little bit of guidance. So I do think that is helpful too, in advancing, issues or promoting, women's empowerment.
Yeah, thank you.
David.
A question similar to Paul's. I noticed that part of your leadership experience includes having served as an executive board member where you organized fundraising events and you also marketed events to educate people about the Balkans in that particular context. How do you see those skills translating to the Women's Commission?
Yeah. So a lot of it was, I do a lot of diaspora issues. A lot of folks from the Balkans live abroad, and bring a lot of money back home. And when you're working kind of overseas or with people, organizing like the diaspora, you have to, interact with a ton of different perspectives, personalities. People grow up in different places. They have their own ideas. So you're working with a very diverse group of people, even though they're all more or less born or their parents are born in the same place. So I think that's also helpful in just understanding some of the nuances with, women's issues, right? Like I'm a, white immigrant woman, right? That's one perspective, but there's so many other perspectives out there. And I think just being able to, just ask the right questions or like better understand other people and their perspectives and where they're from and finding a way to work together to really advance a common goal. Which is kind of what that, nonprofit work is just making sure that, you take all the different perspectives and you just really, try to do the best that you can to help people out.
Okay, great. Thank you. We will make a decision with respect to appointments to the Commission for Women at a future meeting, but we appreciate your application and coming before us for this interview. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next, departmental budget reviews. Let's start off with the Council on Aging.
We have planning first, actually. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
We move things around a little bit.
Sorry, Kara.
You scared her off. She retreated.
Good evening. I'm Kara Bruton. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development. And with me tonight is Awanda Linda Smith, Housing Community Planning Director. And online are our other two directors, Meredith Mooney, the Economic Development Director, and Holly Selko, in charge of regulatory planning. We're not going to get to everything that our department does on a day-to-day basis. So this photo collage is just to summarize some of the ways that we're positively affecting people's lives in Brookline every day. Our top accomplishments for this fiscal year that we're wrapping up in FY25. Number one, we launched the public process for the comprehensive plan, chaired by Select Board Member Warren. And that plan will direct how the town uses public and private property for the next 15 years or so. In the fall, we received 10,900 comments of exactly how we should write that comprehensive plan, of what the town is doing well, what should be protected, or what we could improve. Secondly, we completed the financial study related to potential affordable housing overlay districts. You might remember that topic from a couple of years ago at town meeting. That study demonstrated some interesting ways, some interesting mixed income financing models that could leverage local and state funding that we haven't seen in Brookline before. So that really raised awareness even amongst some of our housing board members that are in housing and have a housing development background. What that study showed was that there are some creative new ways that Brookline could add affordable housing units across a wide spectrum of income levels, at least where we allow 5 to 6 story buildings, which might be another topic. Third, we secured federal funded contracts in time to assist our business community in continuing to recover from COVID impacts. And fourth, we did a quick look back at the first 2 rounds of grant recommendations using Community Preservation Act funds. And a majority of that funding will help areas that are either highly vulnerable to climate change to be more resilient and or are in low income neighborhoods. So moving forward, looking at this next fiscal year, we are continuing a lot of these things I just went over, right? We're wrapping up some of the ARPA federally funded projects to help our business community. We're continuing work on the Chestnut Hill area study to help increase commercial tax base. We're going to continue and hopefully be able to wrap up the comprehensive plan this next fiscal year. And I'm not going to obviously go through all of these, but we'll also be continuing to work on the Fisher Hill West Advisory Committee that Chair Green is chairing to figure out how the town should use that property that was newly acquired. We're going to continue assisting the Brookline Housing Authority in securing funding, but also completing construction documents, finalizing relocation plans. We do a lot of the federal permitting that's kind of behind the scenes for the Housing Authority, and all of that's related to the Walnut High property that will add badly needed affordable units, as well as effectively modernize existing units that are there today. We are, as I mentioned last year, going to be continuing to look at ways that we can continue to deter demolition, especially of those types of housing like 2 and 3 family building stock that are more likely to be financially attainable to households. The second largest area of 2 family districts is the Toxteth neighborhood. And that's an area that has been trying to organize different ways to self-regulate that community going back more than 10 years. So we're excited to work with them on that. And then finally, following the Attorney General's approval, hopefully this June, related to the accessory dwelling unit bylaw, we'll be doing some outreach with the broad community about how to incentivize those to actually be constructed. So here's the numbers in one pie chart. Our budget is relatively flat, except for the funding for our consulting services. There is a cut that's basically half of the funding that we have set aside for hiring outside consulting. That will not affect the comprehensive plan because we received a grant from the state to help bridge the gap there. So that will be in a good place. For the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study, we will likely need to depend on other sources of funding, such as transportation, mitigation funds, or possibly additional private funding. What this does mean is that this cut, it will extend the Fisher Hill West Committee's work into fiscal 27, unless we get a grant, which we are applying for, but we won't know about that until September. So that does delay that work. This is a slide that's in your packets about the comprehensive plan budget, which is in the CIP. I'm not going to go into details, but we can come back to it if you want. We are doing well. We're spending the money. We spent the state grant money first. And as of now, we will have a little bit of a balance at the end of the work. I wanted to spend some time talking about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is in the not in our operating budget, not in the CIP, but you'll see it in the free cash flow part of the administrator's budget. And the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is one of the oldest compared to some of our peer communities. It was started in 1998, and most of that funding is now committed to projects. So in the last several years, since 2019 to 2024, that Housing Trust Fund, thanks to Roger Blood, the chair of the Housing Advisory Board, and others, have funded 171 new units of housing, and also funded the rehab or replacement of another 159 units. So we will continue to look for funding sources. We hope that the line item for 1.6 million remains in the budget for fiscal 26 for a couple of reasons. We have a strong backlog of needs, especially with the Housing Authority and the Brookline Community Development Corporation for housing preservation and rehab of the existing units. Those aren't getting done enough by state and federal sources, and both of these groups are able to leverage these local funds with state matches in order to preserve the units that we have. Additionally, in the next couple of years, we expect that our revenue sources from inclusionary cash payments in lieu of affordable units being built on kind of smaller projects will decrease significantly. In the last several years, because of a couple very large projects that have kind of bubbled through, we were seeing $1.8 million a year from some of these private projects going to the Housing Trust Fund. But moving forward, including this fiscal year, that's going to be less than 400,000. So the needs are still there. The revenue stream is going to return to what it was, frankly, before last couple of years. And that's why there's a big gap. The CPA, the Community Preservation Act Committee, has been very clear that they want to fund new units only. So what that means is that we will need to be relying on the Housing Trust Fund to help with some of our existing households be able to stay in a safe and clean environment. I think I'll skip through the next couple of slides pretty quickly. The Housing Trust Fund, 88% of it is used for development projects. Another 9% is used to preserve units like I was just talking about. And the administration for this fund is funded by the Community Development Block Grant. These are some of the recent developments that make up those units I was talking about earlier. The revenue sources, like I said, was from the inclusionary zoning payments, 75%, but that's now going to be much less in future years. And you can see that free cash flow of 14% is where the average is what it's been the last couple of years. We can come back to this if you'd like, and that's it. So I'm glad to answer any questions you have.
So any questions from the select board? Paul?
Thanks, Kara. I'm curious, maybe dig a little bit more into the consulting dollar cut. And you mentioned, I think Chestnut Hill West as an impact, or was that more Newbury West? I forget, Fisher Hill West.
Both.
Oh, both.
Both.
Okay.
It depends on a couple of things that will happen. We're going for additional grant funding from the state for Fisher Hill because it better aligns with the state's goals. So if that comes through this fall, then we'll be able to use the money that we have for Fisher Hill. I mean, sorry, for Chestnut Hill. If that doesn't happen, then we're going to have to regroup and figure out which is a bigger priority, probably come back to the select board. But we are also with Chestnut Hill, like we have in the first phase, asking some of those property owners to help fund the gap that we might have.
And so, just understand the cut, was that because we lost some grant money, or did we cut the budget, services
Just
budget to
lots of departments needed to get cuts to get
get to our
budget.
gap? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
John?
Thanks, Kara, and thanks to all the members of your department. I did hear you mention in connection to the Affordable Housing Trust, the problem of people who are struggling to remain in their units. Did I hear that correctly?
What I meant is for the units to be preserved. We are also seeing, meaning the maintenance and capital upkeep gap that's with many of our housing authority units.
Okay,
That's what I meant.
okay. Because I just wanted to draw the distinction that, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, that my sense of the Affordable Housing Trust Funds is that they should always be aimed at units, and not become a source of like emergency aid or
Yes.
Help with a down payment. for
Yeah, I
something
won't
like that.
speak on behalf of HAB. Bernard has been through all of those discussions.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I know that they did fund one round of that kind of emergency
Right.
funding, but I don't get the sense that that's an ongoing objective.
yeah, and I get that too. Yeah, but I think in so doing, there was a lot of discussion at that time that this is not something we can take on permanently or that sort of fits in with the overall, historical use of affordable housing trust.
Yeah, we are hearing, we are getting phone calls now about people that have been on the waiting list for Housing 8 vouchers for years,
Yeah,
have recently, just in the last couple months, been queued up. Their spot has finally come up where they're getting, Corey checks and financial records checked and go through that couple month process. And just last week, we're told that they cannot get a Section 8 voucher. And that's because of uncertainty. Some of you all mentioned it with the earlier presentation you were at with some of the state representatives. But because that funding is uncertain flowing through the state to
Yeah.
our housing authority, we're seeing the beginning of a crisis of people not being able to get into some of the Section 8 units.
which is, very, very unfortunate. And yet at the same time, I mean, it wouldn't prompt us to embark on trying to substitute for Section 8 through use of our funds.
Not that I'm aware of. no.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and the HAB regulations do allow the type of rental subsidy that you referred to. There was robust discussion as to whether that
Yeah.
is appropriate. And Mike,
I want to say, had the benefit of working closely with a couple of members of your staff in particular, but in general, I think we've all had the benefit of getting presentations and explanations and so forth from your staff. I don't have any questions about the budget. What I really want to say is thank you, and I hope you'll convey that to all of the people who work in the department, that I think the whole of the select board really appreciates what they do.
Thank you. I'm going to remind us all that there are 19 people in our department. Many of the slides were done by those people. We are, I feel like, a well-run machine this last couple of years. We have ways, we know we need to improve in some things, but we're excited to do that as a team collaborating. But I also want to take a moment to thank all the other departments that support our work. When I was preparing for tonight's presentation, I was just doing a word search in the budget book for planning, and it comes up in other departments' accomplishments, right? Like town council supports us, building, DPW, ICR, health, finance, schools, fire, police, town clerk, IT, town administrator's office, and I know I'm leaving somebody out, but all of those are people that I'm talking to the department head, every other week or so and asking for help. So thank you to everybody else that helps our work.
and 19 staff members sounds like a lot, but over the years, we've just put a ton of work in your lap. So despite the fact that you're getting help from other town departments, it's quite impressive that you're able to accomplish what you have, given what is in your lap.
Thank you.
So thank you to everyone. David.
Regarding help from other departments, I noticed that several of your FY26 objectives seem to relate to tasks that normally one might think would fall under another department's auspices. For example, number 6, convene research project with the UMass Boston Gerontology Institute on a needs assessment on Brookline older adults. That sounds to me a little more like a health initiative.
I agree.
Wait,
That's not one
I
of our
don't think that's
objectives.
in her section.
Okay.
It might be
That
a
counts for
formatting
aging.
issue with but I can guarantee that's not one of our
All right,
objectives.
okay.
That much
Sorry, I
can
guess I'm
tell
looking
you.
at the wrong list. That would explain it.
Confirm though, it's not. So.
All right.
I'll add one other, or ask you one other question. So your objective number 7 is a good one, meeting the select board's objective of retaining relatively moderate housing stock. And you're looking at any impediments to development of accessory dwelling units. Are you also looking at impediments that may exist here in town? I think you may have mentioned this, to preserving that older housing stock that is typically more affordable than the newer fancy buildings going up in town?
Yeah, that's something that we started with what's called the T5 NH zoning district a couple years ago, but we're continuing with the Tuff neighborhood because it's the second largest. Now that we've done that work, it's the next largest area where there's that two-family housing stock. I expect that we'll also see kind of a broader range of strategies coming out of the comprehensive plan recommendations.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kara.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, now I'm going to get back on my correct schedule. And welcome for her maiden voyage before the Select Board, Emily Williams, new Council on Aging Director.
My third week.
Third week.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Emily Williams. I'm the brand new Council on Aging Director, and I learned from Ruth Ann actually just today that I'm the fourth in its entire history. So I'm very proud to be number 4. This is my first presentation. I look forward to many more to come. And I hope to bring a unique perspective because, as I mentioned, I'm so fresh and so new that I can share from an outside perspective what that looks like and what the true needs of our town department look like. As in any presentation, I always like to share the mission because it really grounds us and it brings the discussion really to our purpose and who we are and who we serve. The Senior Center is a town gathering place dedicated to enriching the aging experience in Brookline's older adults age 60 plus. Our mission of the Senior Center is to provide social services that allow people to remain independent. Our goal is to help people maintain their independence so they continue to be active members of their community. We believe in enhancing growth and a sense of belonging while encouraging individual contribution and the sharing of our life experiences. The Senior Center welcomes all who enter our doors regardless of age, income, disability, ethnicity, or religious background. And we recognize the efforts of all of our program collaborators and are grateful for their support. Excuse me. The next slide includes I'm a visual person. You'll soon learn to see. This top map is the northern Brookline and the southern is South Brookline. We are located with that giant red pin in the northern section. And as you soon learned or may not already know, that there are challenges amongst both sides of Route 9. But for our operational stability and service delivery, we have age 55 plus, which I always like to start with. Our primary focus is age 60, but before you know it, folks age 55 plus will be age 60. And that includes 25.8% of the population. And it is projected that that number will increase dramatically in the next 10 years. Over 20% are below the federal poverty level. And since COVID-19, what's been trending really is that the senior centers and councils on aging have become true frontline clinical partners in promoting health, reducing isolation, and connecting all residents to mental health resources, nutrition programs, and public benefits. The COA is it's a true social service model that prevents the crises and also it prevents the reliance of or reduces the pressure on our emergency services and police and fire. Our town budget provides less than 70% of the Council on Aging operating budget needs, and the remainder is supplemented with support from our nonprofit, the Brookline Multi-Service Senior Center Corporation, as well as federal and state grants. Right now, one of our largest state grants continues level funding, which also does not always include level service at $15 per senior. That equates to approximately $195,000. And future federal funding is unknown at this time. I want to emphasize that. The next slide includes our fiscal year budget summary. As you can see, there's slight increases in our salaries, utilities, and budgeted capital. Our salary changes reflect an average of about $25,000 for fiscal year 25 from our May 2023 override, which includes a 0.38 FTE transportation coordinator position. Previously, this position had no municipal funding and relied on 100% of grant funding since it was founded in 2015. Utilities are 22% higher, which is about $16,000. That includes a 36% increase in gasoline, which is about $1,310, 77% decrease in natural gas, and a 77% increase in electricity. Our fiscal year budget request of $1.3 million remains at only slightly over 0.25% of the town's total fiscal year 26 budget. Increased levels of susceptible funding are due primarily to the 70% budget funded by donations, states, and federal grants. Our biggest concern in the Council on Aging budget right now is the need for sustained funding for transit services, and that's something that I will be highly focused on in the coming year. Also, the end of our ARPA funding in December of 2026. The woman on this picture was a Brookline resident for many, many years. She passed away at the age of 103, Agnes. I actually knew her daughter personally from many years ago, but she was a true lifelong advocate for Brookline seniors. And I wanted to just show her picture because as we expand our programs for healthy aging, this is what will happen. It's a good thing. From exercise classes in our fitness gym and support groups to free tax assistance work, services to home care, social work services, and our growing network really expands townwide supports to a growing older adult population. We employ 31 staff and support over 3,000 unduplicated residents age 60 plus, excuse me. We have a significant volunteer base of 370 residents, which in fiscal year 24, that equated to about 42,000 hours and $1.3 million. With the average or the going rate for a volunteer is about $32 per hour. And what that equates to is 20 full-time positions. We really can't do the work we do without our volunteers. Stability in our budget also enables life-enhancing services to grow with the growing community. For the past year, we successfully launched programs including Aging Solo and Wise Aging, excuse me, which are two programs that really build the community together in an intergenerational perspective. We launched the Growing Older and Wiser in Brookline column series in our very popular and sizable Beacon newsletter. We initiated cross-departmental emergency preparedness services. And just last week, there was a fire right near the senior center, and I was witnessed that directly of how the senior center building is used directly for those types of emergency services. Thankfully, it was not needed at that moment, but I learned of our protocol, which was nice. And we finally launched a volunteer medical escort program in response to the growing needs for medical procedure escorts. Our next slide includes diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. Over time, we really utilize targeted funding to provide transportation that bridges North and South Brookline, but also for medical services. We are focused on translation services as well as culturally relevant services and programs that ensures all Brookline older adults, regardless of their mobility, language, or income, can really fully participate. You can see this infographic, which was in your slides and on the screen here. I think that is an outstanding visual aid to give all residents the knowledge of over 10,000 rides were given in just a single year for medical rides, as well as other essential services such as going to the pharmacy and going to the affordable grocery stores. And that's gone up on average 37% over year. I mean, that just speaks volume to the needs of our growing community of older adults, but also the need for thoughtfully coordinated transportation services. Not everybody can use an app. Some folks prefer to talk to a person over the phone to be able to do that. The average cost per ride is approximately $16, almost $17, and most of that is subsidized by these services. Our next slide is on innovation and modernization, and this will be one of my future goals, which are in direct alignment with the select board goals. For example, we'll be bridging the digital divide to create an increase in accessibility to all kinds of services. I'm sure each one of us can speak to the number of scams that older adults have faced over the past 5+ years. But what our volunteers and our tech support staff have done is to sit one-on-one with individuals to give assistance in public housing settings, as well as at the senior center, to be able to help the seniors navigate digital challenges. And we are very good at offering hybrid programming, which again, some seniors still don't come out of their homes. So to be able to still participate in our programs, they can do that in a hybrid format. The HVAC and electrification of the senior center is up and coming. Our senior center building will be converted this year into all electric.
2 minutes.
We'll be having a new HVAC system chiller installed as well. So you'll be seeing a crane in front of the senior center very soon. We are, as was mentioned, we'll be working with UMass Boston School of Gerontology to develop a community needs assessment to determine what is the true need of older adult services and programs in Brookline. And of course, there's space. So we'll be working on the Fisher Hill program, Space Committee, as well as other town departments and committees to be able to identify other locations such as the Petterham Library to expand our programming. Senior centers need to be proactive nowadays. They really, really do. So we've divided it into 3 different buckets. The first, demographics and population data. We'll be working with other town departments like the town clerk's office, the census and planning department to really look at existing local data, especially demographic data. We'll be looking at participation trends like tracking program performance, transportation requests, social work caseloads, meal counts to identify what services are in demand and where they're unmet needs. We also want to look at demographics by neighborhood and then the times of the requests coming in. And we really want to talk to the community of all different ages, not just older adults, to be able to see, well, what is your expectation and feedback of our current and existing services, but what would you like to see down the line, especially if you're a 55-year-old about to retire in your 60s. And finally, the collaboration with other partners, but using the lens of equity, I think is going to be significant, because working with DPH and housing and social service organizations, as well as other community nonprofits within our area, will really identify emerging issues around social justice, affordable transit, food insecurity, caregiver burnout, mental health needs. There's a dramatic rise in dementia across this country. And then we want to look at who's not using our services and why they're not using our services. So in summary, we'll be starting with the data. We'll be tracking the usage very closely. And I'm all about data because data truly tells a story. And then we're going to ask the community directly about their needs, partnering across departments, again, using the equity lens on every piece of our work. And together we'll really help to help the Council on Aging and the senior center participants ensure that every town dollar is spent on the growing needs with our growing community. So thank you.
Great, thank you. David.
I have a question about the medical escort program. Is the data from that incorporated into the rides slide that you provided, or are those completely separate?
Included.
Okay, and could you describe the medical escort program in a little more detail?
Sure. We have a part-time, I'll do my best, a part-time employee who literally takes phone calls on a daily basis, Monday through Friday. She comes in very early, and then she offers the service until 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon to coordinate the services with a local taxi company to get in and out of Boston. Obviously, there's a geofence that we have, so we're not going too far away. Like, we don't go to Kearney Hospital, formerly the Kearney Hospital, as well. We do go to St. Elizabeth's in Brighton, and it basically brings the seniors to their medical appointments. If they make a request, say they're a solo ager and they don't have family or friends really in the area, then we're able to connect them to a medical escort companion to go with them.
All right, and does that companion stay for the duration of the appointment and bring the
I think it
patient
would
back?
depend. I think it would depend on the individual making the request.
Is there assistance provided for those who are mobility impaired in that context?
I would think so, yes.
All right.
Paul?
I thank you for the presentation. So there's been quite a bit of discussion about the current senior center being too small, inadequate for our needs. There's also been discussion about a second satellite senior center or a second satellite location in South Brookline. Metrics that we should use or data, you said you want to follow the data. What is some of the data that you would look at to try to help guide us in determining where, when, and how?
Well, I don't know the residents that are coming from South Brookline to our senior center. So I'm going to be analyzing that about where folks are coming from. We'll probably in the near, I want to say first quarter of the fiscal year, looking at new databases to be able to track not only who's coming in by their demographics, but where they're coming from. One of the other situations that's come up are caregivers and giving them a break if their spouse needs to come to the fitness center for, just some physical fitness or coming to a caregiver support. I think it was my second day, 2 weeks ago, I witnessed a digital equity class and we were learning about artificial intelligence. In the room, it was packed with seniors. So if that speaks about the true need of changing services in program requests.
I have one follow-up, Bernard.
Sure.
You spoke a little bit about social isolation. So social isolation is a huge issue, right? It causes anxiety, depression. It has, if you have socially isolated, you have poorer health outcomes, higher rates of heart disease. I mean, it's proven that it's very, very, very costly to ultimately for social. Do we have an idea of how many of our senior population are actually, and I don't know, is there a classification system to define if someone is considered socially isolated?
There's numerous variables about those who are socially isolated because you can be, lonely and socially isolated, which
Right.
is the worst. It's equivalent of smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. You can be lonely, but not socially isolated, which
Right.
is a little better, but you can be socially isolated intentionally. But not to my knowledge, there isn't. But I think that's one of the questions in working on a needs assessment survey.
Yeah, that would be really helpful to
Yeah.
know, to get some sort of metrics around it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. First of all, I want to encourage you to continue your intergenerational work you mentioned, I think in your objectives, teen center and high school. But there are a lot of other opportunities out there, and that's one way of addressing social isolation, I think, or it creates opportunities to break down some social isolation for both the senior citizen as well as the teenager, many times. Two things. One of your accomplishments is helping develop leadership and technical supports for seniors seeking appointments to boards and commissions. I hope that includes expanding the number of seniors who are encouraged to join our boards and commissions. Right now there are maybe 5 or 6 people who are on every board and commission in town. We need to take some of that burden off their shoulders and make sure that we're developing a broader number of people who are both interested as well as trained to really provide the critical perspective and assistance on those committees and boards and commissions. Finally, I go to the senior center at least once a week, and I think it's well maintained, it's clean, but not everyone thinks that. And it's mainly people who don't go to the senior center who believe that many times. I noticed in your budget that the building cleaning service and maintenance supplies are basically flatlined. Is that is a bad sign. I mean, am I missing something here? Are we maintaining the building with sufficient resources so that we're not going to have problems down the road from deferring some of these costs?
Well, the best to my knowledge,
I know you're new. So
I'll do my best.
yeah.
But the inside of the building, I've heard the same as you. I think it's, well maintained and cleaned by most. It was recently painted, so it looks even better. It really sparkles on the inside. I know the outside of the building, I'm still learning about who's responsible for that. But one thing that's really lovely about outside work is the gardens. And if you have a retiree who's passionate about gardening and, giving back to the community, I think it's a great way to get them involved. I do not have the answer about last year's budget and why it wasn't increased. I know we offer an annual deep clean, which, everything gets vacuumed and cleaned and waxed and just really sparkles, but I don't have an answer for why it wasn't increased this year.
John.
Thanks very much, Emily. And I just wanted to say, because I had the pleasure of attending a Age-Friendly Cities Committee meeting this afternoon, at which Emily introduced herself to everybody. Everybody introduced themselves to her. There was a lot of sort of fruitful discussions that went on between committee members and Emily. Ruth Ann was there. I got the sense, and it gives me great confidence, that the handoff is going really well. Really great compatibility between Ruth Ann and Emily. And things look to be off to a really good start, which in the case of the senior center is really important. We don't want to have to play catch up. And it's been a challenge to find a worthy successor to Ruth Ann, but I sort of feel like we are off to a good start. And I wanted to thank you.
Thank you very much. We had a great meeting. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions? Great. Thank you. Very
everyone.
successful maiden voyage before the select board.
Cheers. Have a great night.
Take care.
Thank you. Next, we have Fire Department. And Chief Sullivan's at the podium.
Apologies, let me pull this up on my computer because I'm not finding it here. 1 second.
I'll just start by introducing myself, Chief John Sullivan, Fire Department and Emergency Management Director. It's a little dismaying to know that I fit into Ms. Williams' demographic now. And so I've been taking advantage of the senior center as I go forward here. The fiscal 26 budget you have before you. We'll get the slides up very briefly. But well, here we are. And so I will go straight into the presentation. So I pulled out some of our higher accomplishments. I didn't give you all of the accomplishments and the objectives. They're in the budget book, so you can see that. For FY25, some of our major accomplishments are completion of the architectural design phase of the renovation projects for Station 1 and Station 4. Pleased to, say that we are at the process now where a general contractor is imminently going to be chosen. If it's not already, there's a corresponding meeting right now with the building commission that I can't be at because I'm here, but they'll be discussing that this evening, and hopefully we will start to get some work done in the very near future. Transition to a new record management system called First Due. This was a huge project for us. Our previous records management system, which was called Firehouse, which we've had for about 16 years now, had aged out, if you will, and the company that bought it was no longer servicing that product, and it was kind of a third generation back computer program. And so First Due is very user friendly. It's going to give us a lot more capability to be able to run reports and to do some of the data analysis that is called for in this next generation. So we have converted over to that system now, and we're just populating it with information, and it has a lot more capabilities than we have in
place right now, but we have the modules in place, and we have records management for our training division. We have record management for our maintenance division, so we can track our maintenance schedules and our preventive maintenance and all of our costs and all of those things. So it has a much more vibrant platform for us to be able to make good decisions on behalf of the town and our constituents and our budget and planning going forward. Successful implementation of our Smart 911 program, whereby residents can provide critical information to the 911 system pre-emergency. So far, in just 6 months, we have 730 profiles, folks who have chosen to avail themselves of this platform, whereby they can put in some information into the system so that when a call comes for service for a certain address, we have updated information about whether it's particular medical incidents, whether it's access codes, whether it is folks who have disabilities, all kinds of information can go in there that will be at the fingertips of the dispatchers when we're on our way to the calls for both police and fire to be able to tell us some of that critical information before we get there, and hopefully that will be able to give us an opportunity to better serve our folks in a faster, more timely way. 3 key goals for FY26, completion of a collective bargaining contract with negotiations with Local 950 IAFF, which we're in the middle of now. Begin and substantially complete the renovation of Station 4. As you know, we have a project that is a multi-year project developed over the course of the next several years. Station 4 is the first of our renovation projects, which is up on Boylston Street at Reservoir. That's kind of the linchpin of everything. It kind of revolves around that one. We have to move apparatus around every time we do a station, so that one is kind of the central point, which we're going to be able to utilize as our key to success for the other ones. Immediately after that, the planning was to get our architectural design for both Station 1 and Station 4 done at the same time with the same architectural design team and potentially the same general contractor, so that those 2 projects can go immediately back to back. And as we head into the construction phase of the renovations for Station 4 and Station 1, we will begin the planning and preparation of the Committee of 7 and so on to get moving on Station 5. So we're not standing still. We're going to keep moving so that we can do that. We've had discussions just today with the local about potentially moving some of those timelines up and what we can do. Operationally, it will be challenging, but we're certainly willing to sit down and talk about those things and see if it's something that we can make happen. Third, to finalize and implement the town's comprehensive emergency management plan. I know the chair and select person Warren came to our MEMA training last week or the week before, and we talked extensively about the comprehensive emergency management plan, it's the base plan for our response to all hazards emergencies, and we are right at the final phase of being able to bring that to you for your review and get that signed off and in place so that the rest of the sub plans from that comprehensive plan can really be as effective as they should be. So that's that. Conformity with the select board's goals. We have the fire department emergency management departments continue to support the select board's FY26 goals, preserving financial health. It is my fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we are scrutinizing our budget challenges and our opportunities as much as possible. We're leveraging grants to the extent that we can, especially in emergency management. As Ms. Williams told you, and as we've been discussing all along here for the last couple of few months, the landscape for federal grants is murky. It's not certain. Right now, we are able to continue the work that we started especially in emergency management, and so far so good. We continue to be hopeful that the those funding mechanisms will continue as we go forward. Planning for the future, continue to assess the operational and infrastructure needs of both the fire department and emergency management. So that is in conformity with your goals as well. Long-term goals and objectives for us, continue that station renovation project, which I just called for, talked about, and enhance the professional development training in the fire department for our frontline supervisors, working with our training division staff, the deputy chief, and the staff down at the training division. They're very adamant about getting a comprehensive program for our first line supervisors in place over the course of this next fiscal year. So that's one of our high priorities for that. Continue to enhance the safety, education, evaluation of our personnel regarding exposure and risks around occupational cancers. Collaboratively with the union and the HR department, we're looking at different opportunities in which we can move forward with potentially offering medical evaluations and screenings, cancer screenings for our firefighters as part of our operating budget moving forward. Obviously it's a difficult fiscal time right now, but that's not stopping us from planning and making sure that we're giving our firefighters as much education and opportunity to be able to reduce their risks as possible. In this last fiscal year, we were able to leverage about $50,000 in ARPA funding in order to be able to buy each of our firefighters a quote unquote 3-season jacket that is PFAS free, which allows them to have limited exposure in their structural turnout gear, which still unfortunately contains PFAS. But it had been traditionally the firefighters would wear that turnout gear on the vast majority of our calls. Now they are instructed only to use that turnout gear when there is the potential for a thermal impact. So fires, in particular, car fires, dumpster fires, building fires, and all other times they would be wearing the PFAS-free coats so that they can limit their exposure. Obviously, maintaining our town's class 1 ISO rating is a high priority for us. We just got done at the end of last year submitting our information to the Insurance Services Organization, and we should be hearing back sometime in calendar year 25 as to our rating.
2 minutes.
Enhance the town's emergency management planning and response capabilities. Kind of touched on that with the SEMP plan. Leverage all state and federal funding sources as we can. Demands for service. There has been an overall increase in service over the past 10 years, as I know President Robinson mentioned to you earlier. The raw numbers, 7,873 calls in 2015, up to 10,068 calls in 2024. Increase of 6 calls for service per day over that 10-year period, and 1 call per day per apparatus for the 5 engines and 2 ladders. Fire department currently has 3 recruit firefighters working through the HRD process, scheduled to begin. 2 of them are scheduled to begin in recruit class in July. Another one was delayed because of some medical evaluations that took a little more time. His application is going in at the end of this week once he completes the PAT test, and hopefully we can get him in the same class, but if not, we'll get him in a different class and get that moving forward as well. You can move forward if that's budgetary constraints. Budget has a few traditional constraints, increasing the overtime budget, which we've talked about, increased costs for service contracts, which is part of the increase that we got in this year's budget, was to cover those increased service costs. No line items for professional continuing education for our training budget and or our emergency management budget, and then insecurity around the federal funding. Those are our budgetary constraints. So I'm happy to take whatever questions you have for the fire department and emergency management.
John.
Thank you so much, Chief. Just focusing on the project to renovate or replace, as the case may be, stations. The plan embraces 5 stations, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And you mentioned, I think, 2 that are sort of the first 2.
Correct.
And what comes next, and what has happened to the budget for the overall project?
So to answer the first question first, the next one would be Station 5, which would be the rebuild, so the complete knockdown and rebuild. And then we would move to Station 6 down on Hammond Street and eventually back down here on Washington Street to Station 7. At this point, because the override was back in 2021, the estimates were from 2019. The estimates we've exceeded what the estimates were for the original budget. There's no doubt about it. It wasn't as much as was anticipated by the committee going forward. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but certainly the 65 million that was appropriated at town meeting will cover the majority of the costs for the first 4 stations. We expect there'll be a budget shortfall for the last one. That is the anticipated outcome right now.
So I'm sorry, I thought I may have heard you say 2 different things, because I heard you say at this point we've exceeded the amount in the override.
No, the amount appropriated per station in the overrides.
Per station in
First
the
2
override.
stations.
Okay.
There was an estimate that was given to come up with that 65 million. There was an estimate at that time, and the actual costs that we have now that we've gotten to that point are exceeding that original estimate. But they're not as dramatically exceeding as we kind of had expected, given the global financial issues.
So
But right now, again, I don't know what that's going to look like.
So as far as you can tell, we're still on track to complete 4 stations for
Correct.
65 million.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
So there are a couple of people in town who expect me to ask this question. Smart 911.
Yes, sir.
What type of protections of people's profiles do you have in place?
So the app is stored on our encrypted computers or protected computers here in town. The only folks that have access to that are our dispatchers, and the folks can put in as much pertinent information as they want. So if there's personal information that they don't want to have in there, they are certainly capable of doing that. There's disclaimers that go on, with the application of putting your information in there, that if you share something that you don't want to have dispatched over the air where people can hear it, you probably might want not put that in there. But I think the overall benefit of having that information earlier outweighs the potential risk of someone's information.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be
absolutely no doubt that that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, it would, the systems that, our IT department have in place to be able to secure that data, I think are very robust.
But you say that certain information is going over the air, and people have
Scanners and so on,
scanners
yeah.
and things like that. So
Yep.
are you sort of warning people that?
Yep. That's all in the information that goes to, folks that are putting that information in. And there's nothing, I shouldn't say there's nothing, but there's a limited amount of information that, we would ask you to give us, So that's something that, and we still have the opportunity to be able to call back to dispatch and not have certain things go over the air as well.
David?
That's just a couple questions and a point. So I noticed that in terms of the personnel, it's been remarkably consistent between FY23 and the recommendation for FY26. Literally every category is exactly the same in terms of numbers. For example, 113 firefighters.
Right.
That's been very stable across the board. I'm wondering, what is the thinking behind not having made any adjustments? Are those current numbers serving well, presumably, or?
Yes, as we've discussed before, our staffing levels are, we budget to the maximum of our staffing levels. So each one of our apparatus is staffed at 5 personnel per apparatus, and then our ancillary divisions of training and maintenance and the command staff are also staffed at full capacity. So we don't have anywhere else to put anybody else unless we added companies to the mix, or we added people to the complement of each one of those apparatus. So I think the stability is in, the fact that we have been able to maintain those numbers over years, which is great.
All right. Also, I noticed in terms of number of medical emergencies,
Mhm.
so since FY 21, those have gone up by over 1,000 a year. And are medical emergencies being defined any differently in more recent fiscal years compared to just 5 years ago? Or to what do you attribute such a large increase?
Nationwide, the service, the fire service is going to more medical calls. So it's not unusual for Brookline to have more medicals than before. The overall number is only going up by about 200. So that means that other calls for service are actually decreasing at the same time as the medicals are increasing, but that's 1,000 over the course of time. So there's a kind of a back and forth. Some years the medicals are higher than our the biggest increase I think you'll see in that is this last year is our automatic alarms or box alarms or whatever it's categorized. I forget the name of it right now because I'm having a senior moment and I got to go see Ms. Williams about that. But the number, as we modify and our systems become more prolific. So as we build new buildings and we have more modernization of our automatic alarms, we're going to see more of those over time. And so that's one of the categories where we're going up. Our categories of, responses to other areas, and especially in the areas of actual fires, car fires, and dumpster fires and those kinds of things, those are trending down over time. And so we're not seeing a 1-for-1, but certainly medical emergencies are consistently going up as our population ages, as the expectations of our system are increased. We are working with like the senior center and the health department to be able to, kind of quantify and get services, pre-hospital services for folks so that they don't have to call the 911 system to kind of reduce those numbers. There's all kinds of programs that are involved in that. We work with community centers of Brookline, the community centers of Brookline in a project over a course of several years to try to do that, having social services in some of the elderly high rises, as well as medical staff coming right to the facilities so that they get those they get those evaluations at their own facility so they don't have to call an ambulance to go to the hospital and stuff. So
Then my last question, I promise. You mentioned as one of the challenges for going into next year, no line item for professional and continuing education.
Right.
You also have as an objective to enhance the town's emergency management planning and response capabilities.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering in concrete terms, how you plan to achieve that objective given that limitation.
So generally speaking, it's done through grants. So we've been able to leverage assistance to firefighter grants, AFG grants for continuing education opportunities over the course of the last several years. And those are competitive grants. We don't always get them, but when we do, we're very grateful to have them. And those are sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars that we put into our professional developments. We leverage cooperating agreements with other fire departments who are happy to use our facility because we have a great facility. So over the course of the last several years, we've partnered with the city of Cambridge. They pay for the professional development opportunities and they get to use our facility, and then we get to go to those trainings. So those part of the ways that we do that. And the same thing for emergency management. They're almost exclusively, other than the salary line items in emergency management, we use grants in order to be able to meet those objectives.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah, just thanks, Chief. A quick question about going back to John's questions about the fire station, rebuilding the fire stations. Do you know what percent or how much we're over from the first two? And do you have a sense of how far we'll be off by the fifth one?
Yeah, I don't off the top of my head, to tell you the truth, Paul. It was many, many months ago now that number came up. I can get that to you though. It was much we expect, and these are just numbers I'm throwing out the top of my head. We expected, you know, a $6 million budget estimate to be 9 million, you know, and it really only came in at like 7.5. So it's within a reasonable number.
Okay.
When you look at 65 million,
Right.
it's within a reasonable number of where it was to begin with.
Right. Well, so there's a point, right, Chaz, that when we exceed a certain amount approved by the voters, we'd have to go back and ask them. Do we know if we've exceeded that yet?
We
or-
haven't yet. No.
We haven't yet. Okay.
No.
Okay. That's
Because we have 65 million.
Okay.
And we wouldn't get even close to that 65 until the fourth project.
Right.
So we have plenty of money in there even for Station 5, and we don't even know what that's going to cost yet.
Okay.
But we know it's not going to come close to the 65 million.
Okay. So we're going to get the full 5 stations.
We will get 4, and then we'll probably have to go back and augment that 65 million at that time. Yeah.
Okay.
But that was always kind of anticipated in that it's a 7-year project.
Okay.
And
You can't predict costs in 7
Yeah.
years out. I get it. Okay. Thanks.
So the town is trying to electrify, you know, all of our buildings.
Mhm.
But your electricity bill increased by $152, but your natural gas increased by 25,000. Is that due to like usage or as opposed to cost?
Yeah, that's, I don't know the costs that are negotiated by the town. I don't really have a lot to do with utilities. The Charlie Young and his staff do the estimates on utilities. And then we pay the bills more or less, but you know, all of the stations are going to be 100% electric. So we won't have a gas bill for these stations as we move forward, at least not natural gas. So I can't really tell you why, you know, there's no significant reason why the usage would be any different this year than it was in the past. It's probably due to the increased rates that we're all seeing on our own gas bills, you know, that
Right.
at that level.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Yep,
it.
thank you.
Bernard, I wonder
yes.
whether after Bill's presentation, we
You
might
take a break?
take that break that you
Yes.
promised. Yeah.
I'll be fast.
All right.
Right now, our
Well,
budget
right.
is slightly.
Let me welcome
I'm
you.
sorry,
Bill
first of all.
McGrady.
I'm Bill McGroy, Director of Veteran Services. See, you got me all whooped up. And, you know, right now our budget's slightly decreased from last year, but it is adequate to meet our needs as it is right now. I'll preface that it's tumultuous times. And I don't know what the demand is going to be in the future because we're really based on need. Right now we're at the lowest level I think I've been since I've been here for 115 benefits. I just had one veteran I had to terminate because they didn't recertify, and we just lost one of the widows that we've been helping for years. If the economy goes into recession, that could change, and we might have to come back for a supplemental budget, but you can't predict that. My biggest focus right now, I've had to lift and shift gears, is because of the demographics of Brookline and the expense of living in Brookline, and the fact that 115 is set to federal poverty levels, many of our veterans who are in need don't qualify financially. So I've, over the years, mostly lifted and shifted the burden to the federal government through the Veterans Administration. And I don't know what the impacts of the federal cuts are going to be on them yet. The biggest impact I've seen is on mental health. I've literally have to go in with my veterans now who are intake for the first time, because it's a 10 to 12 week wait now to get initial intake. They'll send them to the ER, and they'll break away a psychiatrist as soon as they can, who will evaluate to see if they're a danger to themselves or others. But if not, it's a 10 to 12 week wait, and things can go really bad in 10 to 12 weeks. I've been able to go with them and aggressively advocate and at least get them some help while they're waiting for that to happen. I get the psychiatric nurses to see them, so there's something going on there, but it's wholly inadequate. And that's just in the mental health field. I'm not sure yet what's happening with other medical fields, or what's going to happen with claims right now, or if there's going to be reduction in benefits. So it's really all up in the air. I can tell you on a personal level, I had a provider that left in November, and I couldn't get a new provider till March, which is probably comparable with the civilian sector, but it was much reduced from what the VA had been doing in the past. We're doing outreach. We did a lot of outreach last year, and I'll actually give you guys. This was made by the Christine Metcalf at the town administrator's office for us. We did posters also. We sent out a mailing. We're going to do that again this year. We also purchased an electric vehicle, so now I'm transporting veterans as needed in an electric vehicle, and this also provides use to the public health. Again, our big focus is to make sure our veterans are buffered as much as possible in what's turning out to be very tumultuous times. And I worry about the morale of the staff of the VA that supports them. I have a family member who's a federal employee, and I'm very, very proud to say I'm confident this board would never treat its staff the way that those people are being treated right now. I haven't seen as much with they're getting it too. I have a family member that's a treasury agent, and it's just horrible the way they've been treated.
Yeah. John,
So yours is a two-person office.
Mine's a two-person office.
Yeah, I think maybe the only one in town, but,
Unfortunately, you didn't get the smart one. She's
well, that leads to my question. Just let us know for sure, if you're ever not getting the help you need.
oh, I really appreciate it. Right.
It sounds like you are,
Quite frankly, the town administrator's office is super supportive of us.
Good.
Across the board.
Good.
I'm not saying that because he's sitting there either.
But it can't hurt.
Can't hurt.
okay, any other questions?
You want to say a word about, it's coming up next month,
Oh, yeah,
Memorial Day?
we're getting ready first of all, I get to brag just slightly. We had a really good Veterans Day. We changed our focus a little bit. We partnered with the Teen Center, which I really want to do because veterans have a lot to give back to the community, and working with our younger people can give that sense of service to the community and civic duties, not military duties necessarily, but civic duties. But we did a much more family-oriented event with events in the on the green in front of the library, as well as the collation we normally do, and Public Works and police and fire brought vehicles for the kids to get on, and it was a very successful event. Memorial Day, I'm not going to go quite with the same direction because that's more of a somber event. But right now, it's the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution, and I can't guarantee it yet, but I'm trying to get reenactors to actually be our speakers in costumes, kind of get that feel for the revolution and honor our founding fathers.
Be sure to invite William Dawes.
Trying.
And his horse.
And his horse.
Yeah.
He actually got through to Lexington and Concord, unlike the famous one.
Yeah, but the other one had a much better publicist.
Right.
For sure.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thanks,
Thanks,
you
Bill.
too. And at this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break so we can stand up and do our 7th inning stretch. Off with the strategic plan and then followed by the budget presentation. So Chief Pastor.
Hey, good evening, and thank you so much for having us here tonight. As you mentioned, we're going to start with our 5-year strategic plan. It's the first time that I'm aware of that our department has ever undertaken something like this. As much as I would love to take the full credit for this plan and what you'll see before you tonight, the biggest thing that I did right was hire John Ostman, who's standing behind me, who's the CEO of Ostman Business Strategies. With that, I will turn it over to him. Let him introduce yourself, and I'll stand close by unless we have, in case we have questions as we go.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening. So, why a strategic plan for the Brookline Police Department? And really, 2 reasons. One, as Chief Pastor already said, they've never done this before. They've never been through a process like this before. And I had been doing this for a number of years. I've been running a consulting business for almost 15 years. And I got into the municipal space really in 2014. I helped out my local town police chief. He wanted to run a strategic plan, and he'd hired some outside folks to run a SWOT analysis with the community. And it didn't turn out well. And I went up to him when I was watching this, and I said, you know, maybe I can help you out because I come from a corporate background, and maybe this is something, you know, I can help you with. And so in 2014, I did his first 5-year plan. I did 2 for him. And then people started to find out about this, and this became something. So I in my consulting business, I normally handle private clients, for-profit clients, and I help them go from good to great or fix them if they have problems and do that sort of tinkering. But in the municipal world, the elements of private industry or business don't appear normally in the municipal departments in that sort of space. So that's sort of a unique little niche that has become something. And I did a presentation for the Norfolk County Chiefs about a year ago at the invitation of Chief Grace in Foxborough, because I had just done his plan. And Chief Pastor saw me do this and said, you know, this is something that we might be interested in doing. And one thing led to another, and here we are. So this started about a year ago, and we finished the plan itself in November. And after some graphic design and formatting and all of that, we had a final plan, and here we are tonight. So I'll take a few minutes and go through what this plan is all about. The other reason for doing a strategic plan for municipal entities, for departments, and in this case for the Brookline Police Department, is that it's a unifying process where the team comes together as like a business and as a team to decide what it wants to be. Where does it want to go? What are the challenges ahead? How do we overcome these challenges? What are the investments necessary to do this? What are the plans necessary to do this? And provides a roadmap for the future. So we had an initial meeting with Chief Pastor and the senior team once we were approved to do this last July. And then we started off with a confidential SWOT analysis with the department personnel. SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It's the classical method for deriving raw material from an organization to understand what people feel works well, the strengths, what people feel are weaknesses, things that don't go well. What are the opportunities that present for the department going forward? And of course, what are threats? What are the bad things that can happen? What are the things we want to plan for? So it takes a couple of weeks to do that. It takes a long time to compile all of that from how many people we had, 70 some inputs into this thing. So even more than that. And so it was quite an extensive bringing together a lot of raw data from the department. So once we had all of that, we started to have meetings. So there were 2 department meetings that we had in August of last year. First department meeting was to describe to the organization what the strategic planning process is, what's strategic planning all about. This is training for the police department as to what is this thing and what is this business guy coming to talk to us about. So we went through the training on the strategic planning process. We did a SWOT analysis review where we don't know, they don't know who said what, but I play it back to them in an organized way to see what they felt the strengths were, what they felt the weaknesses were, what they felt the opportunities were, and what they felt the threats were in an unvarnished way. So a lot of credibility there. And then after a break, we went into really the meat of the process, which is discussion of what's a mission, what's a vision, and what are your core values and beliefs. So the second meeting, a week later, we come back to the group with a draft vision and mission statement for them to look at and approve. We come back with some core values and beliefs for them to look at and approve. And then we talk about strategic goals, and we talk about objectives for those strategic goals. 2 full department meetings. After that, we go into a process where we have small group or focus group meetings depending upon what the strategic goal is. Like one goal might be infrastructure, another one might be professional development. Each week we had one of these that was a smaller group of people tuned into the particular subject matter. So in this case, we had 6 small group meetings where we developed strategies and action plans for each one of the objectives underneath that strategic goal. So then when all that was done, 6 weeks of all of that, we reviewed the draft plan with Chief Pastor and the Brookline Police Department senior team. And then we went into what I call post-production or final plan content development, format, and graphic design. So all of this takes several weeks to do. So this was the fall of last year. So what we came up with, and to be brief this evening as much as possible, we had 1 vision, 6 strategic goals, 26 objectives, 65 strategies, and 209 action plans in 92 pages of a report. So just to do the highlight reel of the 92 pages, and we're not going to go through that tonight. The front page is, of course, police station, police headquarters, and their motto they came up with for this plan, and they might want to hold on to it for their use later on, is service, integrity, and community. So as part of this process we went through, well, what words would describe your department, how you feel about the department, what you would put on a cruiser if you could, or what would you put on a uniform if you could? And so they decided on this. So this is the front page of the report. Couple of pages in, we show the mission statement, the vision statement, and the core values and beliefs, which is really the code of the police department. So this is really the lead-off page of the plan, and the vision really is what you want to do next. The mission is a description of the identity and what the department does today. So what are the services and what does it offer to the community? That's its identity today. But the vision statement is, what do I want to become? What do I want to be in 3 to 5 years? And the core values and beliefs is, how do I want to do it? So a pretty extensive table of contents, but basically in the table of contents, we show a summary or overview of the department, an overview of the strategic planning process, a message from the chief, and then we go into detailed strategy descriptions, and we'll go through some highlights of those quickly here. So we'll have a welcome from the chief to explain a little bit of her involvement with the process, what she felt about it, and how she feels about the plan going forward. Also in the front end of this thing is, and again, this is a public document, so people can understand how the police department works, what it really does for a living, and most of the public really doesn't know. They only know, they only know the police when they're in trouble or something happens, but there's a lot of other things the police department does. This plan goes through a bit of a public explanation of what they do for a living. So here's what would be called a traditional organization chart. And we also have with it a functional organization chart, how things actually get done. Probably one of the most important parts of the plan is this matrix here, where it shows the strategic goals across the top, and then vertically underneath each one of the strategic goals are the associated objectives. For example, the 6 goals are community engagement, staffing, recruitment and retention, leadership, administration and organization, people, culture and communications, professional development or training, and then infrastructure, security, equipment, and technology. And without reading through all of these are then breakdowns of how you want to achieve each one of those goals. Like, what do you want to do in community engagement? What are the things that are necessary to have that happen? So just to take that one is, first objective was BPD, PR and brand management. Then there's a number of strategies and action plans that go along with that. Objective 2 here would be leverage social media platforms. Objective 3, community event participation. Objective 4 is public education. And objective 5 is outreach and collaboration. So each one of these strategic goals has a number of objectives, underneath those, a number of strategies and action plans. So each one of the pages that follow this in the plan report has a strategic strategy sheet, what I will call a strategy sheet, which shows the goal, shows the objective, these particular strategy, the target completion date, active fiscal year funding, what the action plans are, the purpose of doing it, and the measures of success. And on top of that, we list who are the strategy sponsors, who's responsible in the department for actually seeing that these things come to fruition. So then the rest of the report is divided up into 6 pieces for each one of the strategic goals. So goal 1, the first divider here, shows the community engagement one, for example, the 5 objectives we talked about already, and each objective has several strategies. Each one of those strategies, like strategy 1 would be ambassadors of professional policing. In that page shows an action plan regarding that. Strategy 2, new brand visualizations, there's some action plans there, and so on. So it just goes on and on. So community engagement is this first one here. The second goal, staffing, recruitment, retention, you'll have recruitment, retention, staffing, and succession planning, and several strategies underneath each one of those. And each strategy, again, is a page with action plans, purpose, when it's going to be done, who's going to do it, and why. Goal 3 is leadership, administration, organization. You have strategic planning. I always try to stick that in to make sure that businesses and organizations continue on with this process. Objective 2 is improve town support. Objective 3 is an accountability. Objective 4 is performance review. Objective 5 is accreditation. In goal 4, we have people.
2 minutes.
People, culture, and communications. Objective 1 is health and wellness. Objective 2 is communications. Objective 3 was recognition. And Objective 4 was onboarding. And again, each one of those has a set of strategies and then the action plans and so forth underneath them. Goal 5 is professional development, or better said, maybe training. Objective 1 is training. Objective 2 is career development. Objective 3 is mentorship, coaching, and counseling. And last but not least is infrastructure, security, equipment, and technology. Just about every organization has this one for sure. And Objective 1 here was police station building improvements. Objective 2 is police station parking improvements. Objective 3 was equipment improvements. Objective 4 is information technology improvements. And Objective 5 is future police station plans. And that's 92 pages of a strategic plan with a lot in it. And this is the back page, a nice picture of the group. And I'll take any questions you might have.
Yeah.
Mike.
Thank you. So I think it's reasonable to say that implementation is whether something can be implemented is the measure of a plan's value. And you're either fortunate or unfortunate enough to be talking to a select board where there are a couple of people who've done a lot of consulting work, including strategic consulting work. But I promise that's not a threat. So it is actually an understanding of, pretty good understanding of what you're trying to accomplish here. I guess the question that I have is, for example, if I look at page 22 of the report, this is really a question for Chief Pastor. There are some, the plan is to improve PR and brand management, and one of the elements, and the element there is a website refresh. And I think in terms of measuring success, ideally what you would do is measure how well visitors can accomplish what they came to do there. The question I have for you is, do you have the resources to do, there are a lot of these things, this is a very ambitious plan. Do you have the resources to do this? And any sense of what additional resources you might need?
Well, before the chief comes on, this is not all going to be done by Thursday.
Oh, no, I understand.
This is 5 years, and when you look at it in total, it looks like Mount Everest.
Yeah.
But over the course of the next 3 to 5 years, a number of these things can happen. Certainly, when you go through it, you can see a lot of low-hanging fruit, which are more easily accomplished and can happen sooner. But there are some larger things in here that might take some time and certainly would involve probably some investment.
Yeah, like I said, a couple of us have done this before, so we do understand that point. But nonetheless, the question is always, do you have the resources to do even the low-hanging fruit, but particularly the what do you need in the longer term?
Or is it a wish list and you're going to use it as such?
I think it's a hybrid. So there are a few things happening at the same time. We were developing the strategic plan, which, by the way, was made possible courtesy of ARPA funding. So thank you for that. Developing the strategic plan, developing our goals and objectives for FY26, and then also being hit with the budget crisis that everybody else is facing. So these things were happening kind of overlapping. So it's very likely that you'll see things that we wanted to achieve in FY26 that maybe have to go out to FY27. In that particular area with regard to social media and communications and things like that, I think it was Bill who praised Christina Metcalf. We've been doing a lot of collaborative work with her in the town administrator's office. I do think that those areas, we have a good social media team in place. Maybe, they're always asking me for better technology and, to go to additional training and professional development. That's not a high cost item necessarily. But I think, continuing to invest in those areas, even small amounts. The website, again, it's a relatively small amount of money needed to improve the website and have it. I think we've already discussed that or started the discussions with Ben on bringing us up to where we want to be. Those are not high cost items. But again, we might have to shift some of the years that we wanted to get things done, but I do feel like we're in a good place to get most of it done in the 5-year.
Okay.
5-year.
That's encouraging.
Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I zeroed in on, I don't know what slide it was, but it's 1 vision, 6 goals, 26 objectives, 65 strategies, and 209 action plans. It seemed like the measurement of this plan. I guess I'm similar to Mike's thinking. I'm really concerned just about how you're going to do it. You've never had a strategic plan before. Just to execute and keep track of 209 action plans, who's going to own them? How often are you going to check in? How are you measuring success? I mean, it looks good on paper, but like this is a classic, something that I feel I'm worried it's just going to sit on a shelf. We spent some ARPA money well and got it done before the deadline, but I just want to make sure that this actually helps you and adds value. And I worry that 209 action plans is a measurement of success of the development of the plan. Actually, it's implementable, and whether you actually can affect it, change is what the measurement of success is.
I feel confident about it. And maybe
Okay.
we don't get to 209. Maybe we stop at 190 something.
Yeah.
But a lot of the action plans are actually, 1 page.
I guess I would hope that when you come back each year and do your budget report,
Yep.
that
can
you
report back.
have some sort of measurement on progress on the 5-year plan.
And I think part of John's wisdom was his suggestion that we attach actual employees to these items
Yeah.
to hold them accountable. And, people might change in their positions. Maybe it'll get reassigned to somebody else in that new position,
Yep.
but then they'll know coming into the position what's expected of them.
Okay.
David.
Just a question somewhat similar to Paul's, but focused on FY26. So there are about 36 objectives between the different divisions. I'm wondering how you devised this list, because some of the objectives are highly specific. For instance, some of the technology ones. Other ones are a little more expansive. Do you have these listed by priority, or do you have something internal that prioritize some of these over others?
We tried to divvy up the work in a way that made sense, either by division, by area of specialty, and also with a focus on not overburdening one particular unit. We made sure each deputy superintendent had an area of responsibility and oversight. And we tried to not make our 2 detectives in IT have a burden. They always do. It's just the changing nature of what we're doing. And that would, if I were to forecast out and, anticipate an area where we need to expand personnel, IT and technology would likely be it. But we,
Well, just as an example, so for the patrol division,
Mhm.
develop a health and wellness center for first responders. That sounds like an enormous undertaking for 1 year. Is that something that you will be collaborating with public health on?
So the health, we have I will say we're taking baby steps in that direction under the leadership of Deputy Superintendent O'Neill. We're constantly looking to improve the gym facility that we have. We are working with Cara and her team to look at Newbury College and see if there's space up there that we might be able to utilize as a health and wellness center. In the meantime, he's taken small steps, for example, by bringing in a vending machine to supply healthy snacks 24 hours a day to our officers, as opposed to having officers run to 7-Eleven, at 2 a.m, and just try to take small steps, introduce the idea of prioritizing health and wellness while we can. And then ideally, if we can look at space, maybe with the schools, with the teen center, with some of the other buildings that have the capacity that we don't, there'll be there's always a need for collaboration. But Fisher College, I think I tried to plant the seed. Newberry College, rather, I tried to plant the seed last year is where we'd like to be. Okay. Just going to drop that.
John?
I just want to say I see myself as maybe the board's #1 skeptic when it comes to strategic plans, planning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I really like this plan.
Thank you. I did it all myself.
Exactly. I found myself, sort of nodding and grasping the approach and grasping how the approach, sort of led to, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then, break it down. Like other people have commented, I think I share that sense of, is this a plan that at the end of year 5, people, are supposed to be able to look back and say, well, finished with that plan, now move on to the next strategic plan. These seem like permanent, a lot of them seem like permanent things to do in order for the department to be reaching its maximum potential.
Yeah.
And so they're all good in that sense. Some of them don't, it seems to me, don't necessarily need to be done in year 1 versus year 3.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are things you would expect to be ingrained in the culture of the department. And what would bring it home for me, and you were bringing it home for me just there in some of your comments, is how you operationalize, some of these points like health and wellness. And then I hear you say, well, a snack machine, a fitness, facility, et cetera, and then have that defined in terms of FY26. We're going to do these parts. And some of these things we're going to do in FY27. Some of them we're going to do in FY28. It's not one of these things that you just sort of, shoot the starter gun and then you're off and running on all 260 of these objectives. So I appreciate this plan. I think it's well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we never met, did we? So
And we now have that recorded. that
you have that
you said
recorded.
Positively.
Yeah, yeah. I can't take it back.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to your budget presentation.
You reject these for me then? Thank you very much. Can pull this one back.
Yeah, today.
Today is right.
Right. Should we wait for the town administrator or does he?
He probably knows everything you're talking about, so
I'd agree.
when we start.
He'll be back.
Okay.
He knows
Right.
what's in your budget.
Okay, we're trying to get out
He
of.
does.
If you make a change, do it now before you can.
It's a really good idea.
Mhm.
So that we all
we're
agree
trying to
on the
get
$2
out of
million
here.
increase. All right, well, I apologize then for the first slide where you asked for 3 accomplishments and I snuck in 4. The 4 biggest ones, the rest you have in your book. We did hire 16 new officers last fiscal year, which is great. 9 of those, I believe, were lateral transfer officers, which means not only did they come to us with experience, but it also saved us money because we didn't have to pay to send them to an academy, pay them as employees for 6 months, pay to outfit them with academy gear before they were able to hit the streets. So they came in, they did 2 weeks in the station, they did 3 months with an FTO, and they're out on the streets, which is fantastic.
It's also a sign that our reputation has advanced
And so
over the last few years.
that's right. And it helped hit the FY25 goal that all of you had for valuing, I'm going to butcher the wording on it, but really valuing our employees, paying them well, providing good benefits, as well as increasing our diversity and community engagement. We'll see on the next slide what our diversity looks like in terms of personnel, where I believe we are at close to, I think we're at 18% women, 19% women, where the national average is between 12 and 13 and just has been for 25 years or more. And I should have worn my glasses, but we can see that we're about, I think it was about 56% white males. And the rest, we're looking at a larger number than historically we've had for Black, Latinx, and Asian officers, which is great. To go back to our accomplishments, we completed the renovation of the women's locker room, which helps certainly with diversity. Members of our department were recognized by a lot of fraternal organizations, to include the Latino Police Officers Association and Noble. As you just saw, moving on to the next goal, we finalized our first ever strategic plan. We saw a 6% reduction in Part A crimes. All violent crimes were down. We were up slightly in larcenies, and we fully implemented our body-worn camera program. So back to the personnel, it's 93% of our budget, and so I think it's worth talking about here, although I think we're all, for the most part, aware of where we stand. We have 10 open positions. 6 of those include the vacancies that we will not seek to fill again in FY26. I do hope that we can fill those in FY27. I think our calls for service are increasing, and we're seeing a need, particularly on the south side of town, where I'm growing uncomfortable with having only 2 officers assigned to a growing population and an increased call volume up in the area of Bournewood and Hancock Village specifically. We have 3 officers who are out on long-term leave, 2 not expected to return due to on-duty injuries. We have officers who have obligations to the National Guard or reserves. That's unpredictable, as we all know right now. We have an officer who has to retire before June, and other 6 who are eligible for full pension, so they could go anytime. We do have 1 officer who is returning to us after, if you leave policing as a profession in the state of Massachusetts, you can come back in a 5-year window without having to go to an academy all over again. And so she's just under that mark, and we're happy to have her back. She should be on the streets by the marathon. Some of the increase in salary items are due to the contract that, again, we're appreciative of and has helped make us more attractive to candidates, both new and laterals. You'll see, sorry, it's hard to see with the setup here, but it looks like a step raise to 8-year patrol step for next year, and the increase in the tactical stipend. And there it is there, the pay competitive wages and appropriate benefits to all employees, which was FY25, but wanted to highlight that we did hit that with the help of the board. This is what our crime report looks like, and we can talk about this more. We can talk about it tonight if you want, but I think the annual report presentation covered it. Moving violations, as we spoke about a little bit earlier offline, we're up almost 70%, 68.5%. So increasing the goal there for FY26, not directly related to road improvements, but certainly helping with road safety. Parking tickets were also up 8%, and I would attribute those 2 things to both an increase in morale as well as more appropriate staffing levels. Some of the more commendable or newsworthy police work, the stuff that made the headlines. We've had a few unfortunate cases involving child pornography, child enticement. We've had break-ins where 1 suspect in this case was arrested while sitting in the motor vehicle of the homeowner. And as we know, we started the year with the shooting on New Terrace Road, but we were able to make 4 arrests in that case in a pretty timely fashion and recover the firearms that were involved. Revenue in 2024, again, with the increase in parking violations, as well as motor vehicle violations, there was an increase in revenue collected. Detail surcharges, the increase in detail rate that all of you approved began Sunday, March 23rd, which benefits the town. It went from 57 an hour to 75 an hour, and there are some caveats there that are a little bit in the weeds for this discussion. But the town charges a 10% hourly surcharge on all private details, so that should benefit us as well. I've listed here the grants that our department receives, the CIT TTAC, the 911 training grants, the EOPS grants are all state-funded grants. Hopefully we'll be okay with those, and we'll continue to apply and receive those. The UASI grant money, Chief Sullivan spoke to a little bit. We do receive at least 150,000 in UASI funds. Those are a little bit up in the air right now, but we have no word that they won't be coming to us, and we're going to continue to apply and submit our abstracts for next fiscal year, next week. Drug forfeiture money, I just wanted to highlight there on the bottom. It is money that comes into us. There are caveats, and that's directly related to one sergeant we have attached to a DEA task force. He does incredible work. It's usually a few years behind, you know, after drug cases have gone through the courts. It's the share that comes back to Brookline thanks to his participation. It's pretty restricted in what it can be used for. It can go back into our department budget to fund efforts directly related to fighting drug trafficking. So just to highlight what our non-salary budget looks like for next year, we saw slight increases in most of the non-salary items with the exception of capital. Again, thanks to ARPA, we were able last year to replace our animal control vehicle, which was the last gas vehicle we had in our fleet. That'll be all electric, an electric pickup truck. So Officer Bridges is pretty excited about that. It hasn't come in yet, but we're looking forward to rolling it out. Everything else, you know, you'll see a slight increase. However, I wanted to highlight and just kind of put it on the board that we'll be coming back next year asking to see those numbers restored to where they were pre-pandemic, particularly in the area of training and supplies. We were fortunate the past 2 years to benefit from ARPA money to supplement where those numbers were cut. But that's no longer the case. So it's going to be a tough year for us in terms of training supplies and everything else. I did, if it's okay with the board, I wanted to share this video from about 3 weeks ago on body worn camera to highlight the need for training and equipment. Just to preface it, a call came into dispatch for a man holding a knife. And this is the body cam footage from the first officer on scene.
All right, I have a cop here.
Where?
Okay, thanks.
Where is it?
Riley, okay? Stop.
Hey, drop the knife.
Oh, God help me. Riley, he's not gonna.
Drop the knife.
He's not gonna hurt anybody.
Drop the knife.
Come on. No, Riley!
Drop the knife.
Stand down! Stand down!
Control, someone get a left vehicle. Ma'am.
Riley, no, Jarrell!
Sir.
Riley, drop the knife!
Drop the knife.
Drop them!
Get over there. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
I've seen it.
Get on the ground.
That's about a minute and a half. We have one officer responding to a call, man holding 2 knives with a staff member less than 3 feet away from him. The officer responds in a textbook fashion. He shows up, he calls. I don't know what you could hear and what you could see clearly. He meets the caller, goes in by himself. He calls for a less lethal option to respond. There wasn't enough time for that to be deployed. He engages with the woman who's standing 3 feet away from him, trying to get the knives, instructs her to come back, actually physically pulls her out of the way. He does have his firearm drawn and is able to get that suspect down on the ground after he drops the knives. She then went back and retrieved them and brought them back to the kitchen. But I think we see, and we have seen from uglier headlines across the country, this isn't always how these calls end, but because of training and a lot of training, particularly in the areas of de-escalation and defensive tactics, this was a successful outcome. And so I just, want to present that I think our training asks are modest in compared to what we'd spend for litigation had that gone wrong. And I just want to put that on the radar of the board for FY27, if not for this year.
Good, thank you. Was that a residence or a business of some sort?
It's a group home that is staffed.
Okay.
And I will add to that, in line with our CIT philosophies and how we run our department, particularly with regard to people struggling from mental health issues. There was a lot of follow-up done by the sergeant on scene that night. We've engaged employees in the company that operates that home. They're very receptive. They're very appreciative of the response that night. We've arranged for officers to come by in times of non-crisis so that the residents can familiarize themselves with our officers. And we can offer, if they take us up on it, some safety training for the staff.
If we could wrap up in a couple of minutes here.
Yep, 3 goals, staffing, professional development and training, and technology. It seems in line with what you heard in the strategic plan, but I can elaborate if you'd like. And there's our most popular officer.
Okay, let me ask first question, or following up early, something you said earlier. So when the fire chief was here, he mentioned Smart 911. Do you, I assume you still maintain a database of kids on the autism spectrum or suffering from mental illness that will inform officers before they go into a house or whatever?
The idea is to merge the two.
Uh-huh.
So Officer McCabe, who'd been keeping those forms and responsible for sharing that information out, has been reaching back to anybody who had submitted one of those forms to see if they'd be comfortable sharing similar information in the 911 format.
Okay, good.
So the idea is to merge them and not duplicate efforts.
Paul?
Yep. Thank you, Chief. Two quick questions. So the first, it's been back in the news, the Boston brick. And I just wanted to get some clarity about it. I know there was a pretty extensive discussion again at the Boston City Council and the brick and information. And this is the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, the brick.
Yes.
BRIC. And I just wanted to clarify, what type of information exchange do we have with the brick? How do we protect information? I know we don't really control, I think, once it's in that repository, but could you just describe a little bit about what type of information exchange does happen or could happen with the brick?
Sure. Yeah, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center is designed specifically to share criminal intelligence information.
Yeah.
So typically what that looks like for us is, we have information about, most commonly crimes that border Boston or, crime sprees, crime trends that we're seeing. There's a phone call every morning where our detectives will call into the brick. They'll listen to each of the UASI partners that contribute to the brick. Try to identify any patterns that are emerging, share information specific to criminal cases. I think some of the criticism that I've heard is related to whether or not ICE participates in the brick.
Yeah.
And there was some controversy back in 2017 about a misidentified MS-13 gang member from East Boston, very different than what we use the brick for, which is strictly, for example, typically crimes that just happen between us and Alston Brighton, and we couldn't do what we do without participating in the brick.
So there's a triggering event that has you communicate.
Yeah, the brick and information and intelligence sharing is controlled by federal law. It's like CFR 23 that regulates the sharing and storing of criminal intelligence.
Yeah. And my understanding is that the brick, my research, I could be wrong, but the brick they do not proactively actually share. Federal agencies don't even have access to the information, right?
No, the city of Boston, they operate under, I believe it's the Trust Act that is similar to the policies and procedures that we have in place locally in Brookline, including our General Order 43 on immigration.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And then you mentioned I think you said 10 open positions?
10 minus the 6.
And 6. And so 6, I just want to be sure, the 6 are there, they're just being held back.
I hope so. Yes.
6 are there, they're just being held back.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yes, that's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mike?
Thank you. So I was very pleased to see the increase in traffic citations for up to 60%. I think any of us who drive around see more enforcement on the street by officers, and that's great to see, and I appreciate that it comes from both an increase in morale and an increase in staffing. I would appreciate it very much if the department would advocate for red light cameras in particular in order to perhaps increase the number of citations, but mainly because it used to be that, you'd see one car go through a yellow light or a red light right as it turned from yellow to red. Now you see 3.
Recording
and
in
there are some
progress.
intersections where it's just, it really is ridiculous. And of course, there's been an increase in the number of crashes from 1,160 in 2022 to 1,447 in 2024. That's a substantial increase, and I can only attribute that to the increasing disregard for the traffic rules. So I hope that you'll continue enforcement and really ratchet it up. And if there's anything you can all do at all to get us to get the point across that cameras are free of bias. They don't care whether someone is young or old, whether they're male or female, what their skin color is, where their country of origin. They just take a picture. So I would love to see that in Brookline, across Massachusetts for that matter. And I hope that the department can help advocate for that.
That would be a very interesting discussion to have.
Yes, be plenty of.
But I'm here for
you
it.
on that.
I'm here for it. Let's.
John?
Thank you very much for the report and the budget. So I don't know if you were here earlier when some of the teachers were speaking, and one of them in particular mentioned attacks on teachers that, have caused harm. And maybe, in the course of kids fighting with each other,
Mhm.
or, maybe in the course of, it wasn't quite clear, a direct attack on a teacher. Do you want to just offer any thoughts on that? And I'm not trying to be cute here,
Yeah.
in the context of past discussions that we've had, this board has engaged in as to the decision on school resource officers that was made a couple of years ago, and whether we should revisit it.
I absolutely think it's worth revisiting, and I don't think it's a secret that I am strongly in favor of SROs. And I think that, having a uniformed presence in the school might deter. I wish that I had heard specifically what was said, because I didn't hear anything with regard to attacks on teachers. So I can't really speak to what was said. I do think that it would act as a deterrent in some cases for any kind of violence. But I think also the most beneficial part of having SROs is just the relationship building with the kids and the students. And, when students have another trusted adults in their life that they can go to, it's prevention. And
Yeah.
when the officer's in the school and they know what a baseline good day looks like, they're keyed in on when things are going wrong, and they hear the rumors, and they hear, who wants to fight who after school, and they can get in there and get ahead of these things. And I think that's what we're missing by not having them. One of the things we're missing by not having them.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, I'd like to pull warrant Article 20 up first. I believe, let's see, what is warrant Article 20? Do we have
That's
someone?
the foie gras ban.
Right. We have someone representing the petitioners?
Yes, the petitioners are online. I'm promoting them now.
While they're being promoted, I just want to thank again, as we always do, all the department heads who've come tonight. Again, a really great cross-section of work that's being done from very different departments, all of which are rowing together in a great way. So I just want to thank the department heads and all their team, their staff, for the great work they're doing.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
What are we doing, 20, you said?
20, yes. Foie gras.
Hello, everybody. I'm just sharing my screen. Nice to see you all. My name is Ezra Kleinbaum. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Cool. My name is Ezra Kleinbaum. I'm a senior at Brookline High School, a member of the PSP Sustainability Task Force. Thank you all for having us tonight. I'm here with a couple of my peers to present on behalf of Warrant Article 20 to prohibit the sale of foie gras.
So what is foie gras? Foie gras means fatty liver in French, and it is the diseased and enlarged liver of a duck or goose that is often considered to be a luxury food item. Foie gras is produced through extensive force feeding of birds, which causes the bird's liver to expand anywhere from 6 to 10 times its healthy natural size. And to become white in color. The image on the slides shows a healthy liver on the right, besides the liver of a force-fed bird on the left. There are currently 2 major foie gras farms in the U.S., one in New York and the other in Minnesota. And the majority of foie gras today is produced by by force-feeding moulard ducks. Foie gras is extremely cruel. especially due to the force feeding that the birds experience on the foie gras farms. At just 10 to 14 weeks old, ducks and geese raised for foie gras are force fed 2 to 3 times daily for up to a month. And this process involves forcing a foot-long tube down their throats to pump in excessive amounts of food, far more than the quarter to half pounds a duck would naturally eat. And this amount increases daily, reaching up to 7 pounds, pushing their bodies way beyond the limit. The European Union Commission on Food Safety's Scientific Committee on Animal Health and Animal Welfare found that foie gras production severely impacts bird welfare as it compromises their liver function, causes birds to sit more and engage less in natural behaviors, it damages their esophagus, increases bone fractures, and raises mortality rates compared to non-force-fed birds.
This article would prohibit the sale of food products made of the liver of ducks, geese, or other birds fattened through the practice of force feeding. All production of foie gras requires force feeding, and if someone were to find a way to produce foie gras without force feeding, then its sale would not be covered by this bylaw. Hudson Valley Farms is known as the industry standard, and they produce free-range organic foie gras that in the past has been advertised as humane. However, they quickly dropped this word from their advertising campaigns when a federal judge gave the Animal Legal Defense Fund standing to sue them for false advertising, and the Better Business Bureau dubbed them as deceiving. While Hudson Valley Farms doesn't use metal tubes, the flexible tubes they use are still mechanisms of force feeding that are cruel to the birds. A warrant article is necessary because there aren't any foie gras farms in Massachusetts, which means that we can't regulate production, and the Federal Animal Welfare Act doesn't apply to farm-type poultry, which means that force feeding is legal and we need to take local actions to fill these gaps. We reached out to a number of town departments and found that it doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of any of those departments, and action by town meeting is necessary.
To the best of our knowledge, this is the first such prohibition introduced anywhere in Massachusetts, but the entire state of California banned the sale of foie gras, as did the city of Pittsburgh. New York City also banned the sale of foie gras, but that was later repealed on a technicality that is not relevant to us, which I can explain if you have questions later. And the city of Chicago also banned the sale of foie gras, but later voluntarily repealed its own ban for loopholes. Essentially, it banned the sale of foie gras, and so restaurants started gifting foie gras to customers. So to prevent the same from happening with this bylaw, it defines food services establishment as including any place that offers customers prepared food, whether such food is provided free of charge or sold, and it prohibits any act of selling, trading, distributing, or bartering for monetary or non-monetary consideration, which would prohibit restaurants from gifting foie gras to customers. The language we're introducing is modeled on language passed in other jurisdictions and tailored to Brookline with input from Town Council, Health Commissioner Reese, and Police Chief Pastor. Importantly, before Chicago voluntarily repealed its own foie gras ban, it did go to court. In the case Illinois Restaurant Association versus City of Chicago, a federal judge upheld the constitutionality of foie gras bans. And here in Massachusetts, we also have a strong precedent of our own Attorney General upholding similar retail bans, including our ban on the sale of fur and our various restrictions on the sale of nicotine products. Our own tobacco-free generation bylaw was even upheld by the Massachusetts Superior Court.
After significant research, we are aware of only 4 places in Brookline that sell foie gras. One being Boston-based Love Wall's location in Washington Square, another being Kurds & Co. in Brookline Village, selling almost 150 products, only one of which is foie gras. They also recently added a plant-based alternative after we reached out to them. Also, Star Market on Beacon Street sells one item, and lastly, Barcelona Wine Bar has a rotating menu, and on the phone they confirmed they occasionally feature foie gras, although we have never seen it advertised on their website.
There aren't any businesses in Brookline that rely principally on foie gras for their income, and this would impact fewer businesses than our tobacco restrictions.
While we would be the first municipality to ban the sale of foie gras in Massachusetts, we were the third to ban the sale of fur, and now there are 7 total municipalities, and Senator Cream just introduced a statewide ban. And we were the 15th municipality to ban the use of a number of wild animals in traveling animal acts. And now there's a statewide ban. And all this shows that we can be leaders, and this is another opportunity for us to be leaders in terms of foie gras.
So just to go over everything one more time, there is a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world right now, but this is something straightforward that we can do on a local level that is clearly good. It's something we can do with minimal economic impact on only 4 restaurants. It's something we have a strong legal precedent for, and it's an opportunity not just to do something good in Brookline, but to be part of something bigger and start a movement. I also want to add that the Advisory Committee Public Safety Subcommittee voted to recommend favorable action on this article. And there was a little bit of confusion about our Small Business Development Committee hearing this morning, but they did vote not to make a recommendation either way on this article. In both of the hearings we've had so far, none of the businesses in Brookline that sell foie gras have attended, even though we've reached out to them and informed them about them. I guess we'll see if any came tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Mike?
So it's very interesting. And I read an article recently about someone who has figured out how to take duck and goose liver from animals that have not been force-fed and transform it using some additives, apparently consumable additives, into something that tastes exactly like foie gras. And so I will ask you a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. In fact, it'd be probably better if you didn't. How you would regard that product and whether it would fit in with this. I do want you to think about an answer to that before town meeting, because I expect that someone will bring it up there. Thank you.
May I respond to that?
Yes, please.
We were very deliberate in the way we drafted this article about explicitly defining foie gras as a product of force feeding. So I saw that article too. There was a physicist, the New York Times wrote this article, who developed like a foie gras product without force feeding. There have also been some articles. NPR published one about farms in Spain where they sort of let geese gorge on olives and nuts, and it has a similar effect on their liver, but none of that would be affected by this bylaw, which very explicitly only applies to products produced through force feeding.
Thank you.
John?
Thanks very much for the presentation. And the Small Business Development Committee, yes, had a meeting this morning. All of the members there were very high in their praise of the students for the work they did on this, the presentation that they made. When it came time for the vote, excuse me, there were, only a couple of yeses, maybe 3 at most. I can't remember for sure. And then the other members were kind of torn, I think largely because they did not want to sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? They didn't want to disrespect the work that had been done by the students, but they clearly had a lot of concerns about this. David from the Chamber of Commerce was quite explicit that he did not think this was going to be good for several of Brookline's businesses, and not just because there are businesses, and not too many, that do sell foie gras, but because the message that Brookline is a difficult place to do business would be all that much more amplified, because this came along, and then it was, if it is adopted, in his view and in the view of a few others, this would sort of add to an impression that, if you do business in Brookline, watch out, because at any minute, there might be decisions by town meeting to get in your business and start telling you, well, you can sell this, but you can't sell that. And some of it, let's face it, is more reasonable. Obviously, the tobacco ban it got wide acceptance and encouragement, and should have, and the ban on furs. But people were quite specific about the dilemma posed by this particular proposal, because it is a food item, and if we start going into the food chain, and looking at how our dietary needs are met through, food production, I know I have a really hard time drawing a distinction between the ethics of foie gras versus the ethics of pork production, or the ethics of beef production, or the ethics of egg production, or, chicken as a meat production. And if we can't explain why we would focus in on, the danger to ducks and geese of being overfed, I'm not sure how we would justify not intervening in the danger to pigs, cattle, chickens, you name it, being slaughtered so that we can eat them. And I think that was on the minds of people. I won't speak for them, but and some of them weren't quite as explicit as I have just been. But the end result was they weren't prepared to vote for this. And then they got into a little bit of confusion between whether they could issue a report that simply said they have no recommendation, but they ended up taking a vote, no action. So I don't know if they even understood that no action in town meeting parlance means no. But we'll leave that to them, and maybe they're going to revisit it before the town meeting occurs. I don't know.
Yes, go
May
ahead.
I respond?
Yep. Please do.
Me or Mr. Warren?
No, Ezra,
you.
did you want to respond to John? I can wait.
Sure. Sorry, I'll respond quickly. I think there was, like, Mr. Lishinsky was, I think, a little more conflicted, and certainly talked about, saw that how he saw the importance of restricting the sale of foie gras. And when on the initial motion this morning to recommend favorable action, he abstained. He did not vote no on a motion for favorable action. And I think there is a pretty clear distinction between foie gras and pork production in that there's force feeding involved in foie gras. And that's why we were very explicit in, rather than defining foie gras by some end result product, we defined it via the process, because it's really the process of force feeding that we're taking issue with here. And I think also this morning, the intention and what was explained before the vote was taken, even if it was said that the vote was no action, the way it was explained was to not make a recommendation either way. And the motion initially was also for no recommendation, and that was what was voted on.
Do you mind if I ask him a
Sure.
question? So you and I heard the same discussion, and the folks who abstained initially then said, does abstain mean no? And when they were told, no, it doesn't mean the same thing as no, it just means you're not, you don't have the vote on this. That's when they started to ask, well, then can we vote that, no action or no report? We don't have to sort of settle this tonight, and probably it's not, you could go back to those people right now and they wouldn't agree among themselves what they did exactly. But I didn't see a significant number of people in that group who wanted to see this pass. That to me was the overriding message that came out of that meeting.
Paul.
Thanks, John. I
and-
went back to the video, John, because of that confusion. And Ezra's right. David first voted to abstain, but then there was some confusion. And you yourself actually said people who abstained, if they want to mean no, should vote no. And then a number of people who abstained switched to no vote. But the second motion was a motion of not to recommend, as Ezra said, and that was the one that passed. So they took no position for or against, as was explained to them before their vote.
Yeah, but I did hear them say, all right, then it's a vote, and said it's a vote on no action, and then people said aye or no on no action. Yeah.
There was
But
confusion. She said
people can go
she
back
said
to
that-
the tape themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm glad to
Paul?
share it if anybody wants.
Yeah.
Paul?
Yep. First, Ezra and team, thank you for bringing this forward. I always appreciate the articles that you bring. They're well thought out, and always the PowerPoint slides are the best I've ever seen, as before. I do. I have a similar, first of all, you should know this is not a product I eat. I'm married to a liver transplant surgeon. I can't go anywhere near it. She would kill me. But I do want to say that I share a similar concern that maybe I heard raised by John, or maybe it was from the small business, that this is an issue of ethics right now, that where you're drawing the line as force feeding. But, there's farmed fish that are housed in pens that, there's a lot of disease and they're forced together in an unnatural state. There are many food products that are processed in a way that are often culturally important that may not be acceptable for certain individuals. And my concern about this is that that for now it's your ethical issue of force feeding, and someone else may come along. I mean, where do we draw the line? Right? It's just that's my concern, is to set a precedent where, John said it's difficult to do business in Brookline. I could see this setting off a series of bans on various types of products that people feel are unethical in the way that they're processed. I'm sure there's a lot of people that think a chicken in a coop laying an egg that doesn't get to run around is unethically treated, or a fish. So that's my concern about it. It's really not meant for you to answer, because I know you didn't come to this with a list of future products that you're planning on banning, Ezra. I know you're going to go to college and be very busy, so you'll have to do that later. But it is, and I say that tongue in cheek, by the way. It is a concern that I have, that this would set a precedent that other products, based on the ethics of the folks bringing it forward, would ban products, and I'm concerned about that.
Okay, David first.
So I'm a bit less concerned about the line drawing issue. When there's a future warrant article that comes before us, we can decide where to draw that line. I do think that setting an example is something that's important. We often pride ourselves in Brookline in doing that. In terms of economic impact, the tobacco ban had a much larger economic impact on businesses than what this proposal would lead to. And the petitioners invited the affected businesses to participate. They haven't participated, and it seems to be a fairly minor element of their particular menus anyway. California, as mentioned, has a statewide ban on force-fed foie gras, and you can still buy pork in California and chicken, and the sky hasn't fallen down for meat eaters and those who like poultry. Yet, right. But they can certainly draw the line there if that's what they decide to do. Because one can make the line drawing argument about almost anything, and then we would never pass any bylaw. So I like to take them one at a time. This seems to be very reasonable to me. It's well researched. I think all of us on the select board are in agreement that this presentation was incredibly thorough, and the research that went into it and the education that's being provided to the community. So I'm very thankful for that as well. But I'm inclined to support this.
Yeah. A few years ago, we, a similar situation, banned veal here in Brookline. Veal that was prepared through, I think it's force feeding also, right?
No.
Something
and
really
there is
horrible.
there is a type of,
Yeah.
but
Well, that's the veal we banned.
yeah, okay, because veal all by itself is not banned. You can have veal parmesan if you wish by going to a restaurant across the street here.
I believe that was a resolution, not a bylaw.
Okay.
Okay, whatever.
Oh, they've done their homework.
I do have concerns about, where is the line? Pigs and cows are not force-fed, but fattened up in pretty outrageous ways. I think that, well, I agree that, the way that ducks are force-fed to produce foie gras is probably orders of magnitude worse than that. But I think it's important that the records show that we do have some concerns about, how far we're going in terms of controlling things like what people eat. In terms of how it creates an atmosphere in town that business views as not very supportive or not very makes Brookline not a very good place easy place to do business. I think that should just be on the record. That doesn't mean that I would not support this particular form of inhumanity, and that that is not where I would draw, or that's where I draw the line, not the various other forms of inhumanity that are seen in production of particularly meats in this world, really, meats and fish. So, Mike?
So, speaking of inhumanity, we have a lunatic in the White House, and he and his crowd are trying to turn back the clock to 1950, put women back in the kitchen, put gays back in the closet, put other people back in their places. And it seems to me like this is an inappropriate use of our mental of our honestly of our time and of town meeting. And I'm not suggesting that we completely stop things that need to be done that are of lesser import, but this doesn't even rise to the level of being lesser import to me.
Okay.
John.
Just want to get your attention.
But wait, can I start with Mike? So are you saying that you would support or not?
No, I think it's a very impressive exercise on the part of the students. I don't think it's appropriate for a town meeting.
So I had a question, Ezra. Does this ban effectively make it illegal for people in Brookline to consume foie gras? No.
No, it just applies to the sale, and would fine the one who does the selling. And I think as to where to draw the line, the beautiful thing about town meeting and democracy is that as a community, town meeting gets to decide where the line is, and we make those decisions with the best information that we have at any given time, and we can always change those decisions later. But with the information that we have right now, I think it seems very clear that force feeding is wrong, is significantly worse, and falls on the side of the line that is unacceptable.
Yeah.
And town meeting gets to draw that line.
I asked that question because actually the California ban does not make it illegal for people in California to consume foie gras. So they go on as they have in the past if they choose to, and they can order it. Everybody knows about ordering things delivered to your door. And it's a food item that can easily be ordered and shipped and delivered to your door. You can eat it. And, what I keep coming back to here is, as you said, town meeting can make its decision as to what people should eat, but people can also make their own decisions as to what to eat. And they do. And some of them don't eat foie gras. Some of them do. Some of them don't eat beef. Some of them do. Some of them don't eat pork. Some of them do. Some of them don't eat beef that has been butchered a certain way, but they'll eat it if it's been butchered a certain other way. I don't want town meeting getting involved in making those decisions for other people, based on what I would eat or not eat, and then telling other people what I choose to eat or not eat is what you have to choose or to eat or not eat. And that's where I become very uncomfortable with this, especially if it's going to create this, sense or add to this sense that Brookline's a very difficult place to do business because we're always getting in everybody's business. I may put it that way.
You can find at least 5 varieties of foie gras on Amazon. 10. I'm scrolling down.
Doesn't surprise me.
10.
Yeah.
Can I just respond to that briefly?
Yeah, very quickly. This is a public
Yeah.
hearing. We need to open up the public.
I understand. I just want to make sure that John is clear on what this law does and does not do. It does not prevent anybody from eating anything. It does not prevent anybody from buying anything. All it does is it prevents the sale of force-fed food. That's the only thing that it bans.
In Brookline, we can go across the line to
And only in Brookline.
and get foie gras.
Right.
I'm
From
not gonna
those
say where,
barbarians.
but there are a few
Yeah.
stores there.
From those barbarians in Newton.
Yeah. Okay, this is a public hearing. Tiffany, can you open up the public hearing?
Yes, now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, there are no individuals who signed up in advance. If there are individuals online who would wish to speak on the warrant article 20 related to foie gras, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature. If you're in the room, please make your presence known at this time. Okay, we have one speaker, Kara Holmquist. I am promoting you now. You can start your video and begin your 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I know you have had a full agenda and I'll be real quick. My name is Kara Holmquist. I work at the MSPCA just down the street in Jamaica Plain, and I just want to show our support for this measure. We've been fortunate to work with this group of students in Shira for a while, and as you have been, very impressed with how thorough they've been, how well they've presented the argument. There's not much I can say about the process except that they've described the cruelty involved, and the town has taken action really in dramatic fashion with some of the other measures to eliminate some of the cruel activity or not participate as a town in some of the worst cruelties that we know happen to animals, unfortunately. Many cities and towns are reaching out to us all the time, working to pass local measures. We have a lot of energy around this. Brookline is really held out as a model, as a very animal-friendly community. A lot of other towns and cities are aspiring to it. And so I really hope you do give consideration to supporting this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item at this time? There are approximately 26 individuals online and 3 in the room, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, we will close the hearing, and unless there are any other comments or questions from the select board, we'll thank the petitioners and move on.
We'll do this,
No,
we're
we're
gonna
not
vote on
voting
this
tonight.
next time.
If
Yeah,
you want to.
That would be, I'd like to noodle on this a little bit and hear from, has advisory taken it up yet, the full advisory, or just the subcommittee?
The subcommittee, he said.
Yep. Yeah,
I mean, that's what we usually do.
So you
Yeah.
want more time.
I'd like to noodle on a little bit, but I really appreciate the petitioners coming forward with it.
Yeah.
They always do a good job.
Okay, next warrant article is warrant article 5, budget amendment, which is a placeholder, I believe. And we don't have anything in this for this place, do we?
That's correct. Good evening, everyone. Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator. We filed this warrant article when we heard that the school department was projecting a deficit for fiscal 25 in the event that we might need it. We had town school partnership last week, whereas as of that meeting, they were confident that they had a plan in place to address the current projected deficit. So we don't anticipate needing this article, and the recommendation is no action.
Okay, we have to have a hearing, so open up the hearing.
Now that the hearing is opened on this article, there's no one that signed up in advance. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on this warrant article? If so, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature or make your presence known in the room. There are 22 participants online, 3 in the room, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, I'll close the hearing and move no action on warrant article 5. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Simon?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, warrant article 6, approval of unpaid bills of a prior fiscal year. Melissa, do we have any? We do have unpaid bills, right?
We do. Chief Pastor, I'm hoping she's either still online or still in the room, and then Liz Scott should be promoted as well. These are police department bills.
Liz, I'm promoting you now, and Chief is also online.
Okay, Chief Pastor, tell us about your unpaid bills.
So unfortunately, as part of the turnover in the public safety business office, we were going through trying to close open POs, try to make sense of what was in front of us. It was discovered at that time that there were some outstanding bills from FY23. I believe that what you have in the packet is a comprehensive list of what's still owed, primarily contracted services. we won't know for sure, but my understanding is that there was either not enough money in the budget for the manager at the time to pay those bills. And there was a small amount there for the Boston Police Department that should have come out of the training bucket. That was an unanticipated expense at the time. Again, I don't have a solid answer to explain why it wasn't paid at the time, but it was a change in the protocol at the Boston Police Department where they started applying a 4-hour detail rate for our officers to use the shooting range at Moon Island. So I do apologize for being in front of you today with these bills, but can assure you that with Liz Scott in place now, she's in the process of checking in with all vendors that we use to make sure that there are no further surprises from past years. And I can assure you that since she's taken over, we are up to date with this year's bills.
Great. Any questions from the select board? Again, a public hearing. Tiffany, you want to open it up?
Yes, now that the chair has opened up the public hearing, if there's anyone online who wishes to speak on this warrant article related to unpaid bills, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature at this time or make your presence known in the room. There are 21 participants online, 3 in the room, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, I'll close the hearing, and I think unless anyone objects, I think we can accept this and vote now.
I can add, earlier tonight, the advisory committee voted favorable action on this article.
Right. Okay. I move favorable action. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, warrant Article 17. Amend the town's bylaws to restrict the possession of firearms in medical healthcare settings and places that serve alcohol for consumption on site and other medical healthcare settings. I see Anthony Ishak is on the screen. And lucky for you, just Monday, you got a Supreme Court decision that backs up your warrant article. So tell us about it and make your pitch for warrant article 17.
I'm going to share the screen if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Anthony Ishak, speaking on behalf of my co-petitioners, who I believe at least one is joining me, Janice Khan and Petra Benyami. In regards to warrant Article 17, which seeks to ban or prevent the use or carrying of firearms in sensitive areas. So our objectives for this brief presentation are threefold: summarize the data on firearms and alcohol, review the impact of firearms on healthcare and healthcare settings, and an update on where this article is in the process of hopefully becoming a bylaw. So the intersection of firearms and alcohol includes 47,000 people yearly who die in the US related to firearms injuries. This is the third highest of all time, behind the previous 2 years. In other words, we're not seeing a downward trend. This data is as of, I believe, 2023. Third of homicides are related to alcohol. Quarter of suicides completed using firearms also involved alcohol. A 2022 Philadelphia study showed increased firearms-related violence on blocks that had bars and restaurants that served alcohol. This was kind of a unique study. They basically used like drones and satellite footage to look at the different blocks, see the composition of businesses and residential, and compared similar blocks that had alcohol permits versus those that didn't, to show that there was an increase in firearms-related violence in those areas with alcohol permits. So this seems to be a rational intervention to consider banning firearms where alcohol is served, right? So firearms usually require attention to detail and clear focus. Alcohol in some situations can impair quick decision-making and rational decision-making. This data is from the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence, and it recommends basically limiting access to guns when and where alcohol is consumed. And you can see specifically where we would fit in this. It says states and cities should prohibit the public carry or possession of firearms in locations where alcohol is consumed on the premises. To the right is a study that was done a few years ago. It could look a little bit confusing. On the right side is people who said no, firearms should not be in that setting. So you could see in restaurants in general, it's about 52%. When you slide down for places that are clearly more associated with alcohol, it's 69% that believe that. And then you could see other places in the range, government buildings, which at least for our town is already banned. States across the spectrum have done this. The ones I list are the ones that have a ban on open and concealed carry. You could see that this is across different thoughts in terms of the spectrum of firearms, in terms of who could carry it and who can't. And you can see geographically, it follows the same thing. Right now, currently, it's about 27 states, of which Massachusetts is not one, which is why we are here before you today. Bruin decision a few years ago obviously had a very big impact in policies that impact firearms, and they also still carved out specifically places that serve alcohol by referencing the Heller decision that it is a sensitive area. They also said that sensitive areas can be identified using historical analogous comparisons, and I'll bring that up in a minute. What about healthcare settings? So we know healthcare related firearms incidents have also been increasing since the 2000s, over a quarter century. Healthcare workers are disproportionately experiencing firearms related trauma, particularly in the emergency department setting. Some settings that exposure rate is up to 20%, according to a 2024 systematic review. Those studies are shown below. They are in peer-reviewed journals. Similarly, states in DC have enacted restrictions of some sort, which there is a total of 17. You can see Texas is on there. Notably, I identify it because, of course, we probably are well aware of how permissive they are in terms of firearms rights. So as the chair alluded to this, just yesterday, the Supreme Court rejected the challenge to New York's gun law. They said the court's decision not to intervene means most provisions, including a ban on carrying concealed firearms in sensitive places, remain in effect. That included healthcare settings, places where the public gathers, such as churches, which are not included in this warrant article, and other places of entertainment, and including parks. So warrant article 17 fills a gap. The 2024 Surgeon General report declared firearm violence a health crisis. This was last summer. About 3 weeks ago, when I was preparing these slides for presentation to the Advisory Council of Public Health, I went to put on a screenshot and to identify the document. And as you can see, as we are well aware of, the federal government has basically fully abandoned public health in this country, of which this is a concern. So what does warrant article 17 do? It bans firearms in areas where alcohol is consumed by the public. So places where it is open to the public for consumption on site. So this does not concern people who purchase alcohol and use it in their own homes. This does not concern areas that are private and have a permit for alcohol use that is not open to the public. Bans firearms in areas where healthcare and medical care are provided to vulnerable populations. This can be compared, although we have decisions that support this, this can also be compared to considering what were known as asylums in previous centuries. Advisory subcommittee took this up last week. The original form of this proposal included parking restrictions. In other words, that it would include the adjacent parking lot. You couldn't have a firearm there. That's been since removed. We feel that in Brookline, that does not impact us as much because most people get to their places by foot or by public transportation or trains. So there are very few places with a permit to sell alcohol that have a parking lot that is exclusive to them. It also limits it to areas that are open to the public. So for example, places that get a one-day permit that are exclusively private property. So picture someone's home where they're having an event and they get a one-day permit. This does not apply to them. The idea being that this is meant to be geared towards the public where there is the potential for more difficulty in terms of regulating how much someone gets alcohol and who's there. Advisory voted favorable action 23-0. Earlier this morning, my two co-petitioners presented to the Small Business Development Committee. There was some discussion over signage, if signage would be required. This does not require signage. Of course, businesses can choose to put up signage if they would prefer. What we've identified, which we knew of ahead of time, and we've discussed with Chief Pastor and others, education and awareness will be important. I have reached out to various people within town departments and town staff to make sure impacted places are made aware when this was filed, when there would be hearings. And my hope is, I suspect this is going to take a while just because town meeting is in another couple of months and the potential for the Attorney General to review this. We still have a long period of time to hopefully get the education out there, make businesses and healthcare settings aware of this. They also voted favorable action 7-0 as of this morning. That brings you up to date. I don't believe there has been any further current events in the last 12 minutes or so since we started.
Okay.
Okay, discussion?
I have a question.
Okay.
About the text of the article, Anthony, it says in C3, any establishment open to the public that's licensed pursuing to dispense alcohol to customers, which portion of the establishment is primarily devoted to such purpose? Does that mean that this refers to a bar, but not to a restaurant where alcohol is sold?
No, it would apply to everywhere where alcohol is sold and consumed. So picture if you have a bar on the left side and then a bank and like booth seating, I'm picturing Coolidge Corner, it would apply to both areas.
Yeah, but I mean, there are restaurants where there is no separate bar. And they may have a wine and beer license or even a full, well, they would typically have a bar if they have a full alcohol license, but certainly wine and beer, not necessarily.
Not necessarily what?
They wouldn't necessarily have an area primarily devoted to such purpose. I wonder if you really want to take that phrase out.
I don't. There was some discussion about that before. The primary reason for that is because those are areas that are like meant to be for consumption. So it's not meant to be the consumption of alcohol, but it's primarily the alcohol is being sold in that area.
I think you're missing my point, but I won't press it.
Okay. Paul.
Yep, Anthony, thank you. A quick question. So I'm digging through the amended version. Looks like it's when you say AC voted 23-0, but this looks like the subcommittee may have amended. Where is enforcement coming from?
Where would enforcement come from?
Yeah.
So give me just a second. I was actually trying to pull up the Word document to also have it, but I think I can answer it without looking at the document. So are you asking enforcement of the application or if there was somebody who violated the bylaw in terms of, are you meaning a customer who had a firearm or are you meaning if a business
Let's
has a
say
business?
that someone walked into a restaurant or a bar with a firearm that was concealed and someone noticed it, what would you do? Call the police?
So, yeah, that would be the recommendation. There would be some education in terms of what would be the proper methods for businesses, but ultimately it's similar to the previous warrant article submitted 2 years ago, which is you would call the police and the police would come and have that discussion.
But if this is is it a criminal complaint? Like what would happen?
What would happen is, so we cannot have felonies or that type of charge as a town. It would be basically the maximum, which is a $300 fine.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that you can be fined $300?
Give me just a second. I actually have to pull up the document, but I believe it probably references. So if you give me just 1 second.
Yeah, I saw it in there.
Did you see it? I was trying to find it, Bernard. I just couldn't find it.
Yeah, because that was part of the reason of the ordering, right? So if you see that it was put in the alphabet so that it would be above. So give me just 1 second. I would actually have to look and get back to you if it's just by the way it's written within the zoning. Or sorry, within the bylaws, if it's referenced at a area above what is actually put in the warrant article. But I do know that when we did this in 2023, that was addressed, that we put it, and we made sure working with town council that it did reference that this would fall under the fineage and the punishment, or the yeah, I guess punishment would be the word, or penalty. But that would be the intent, is that would be the $300, which was updated with the previous warrant article.
Yeah, but it's not actually in your article. I thought it.
Yeah, it's just not clear at all as to how, where enforcement's coming from with a fine.
So I think because this is an amendment to a bigger article, and unfortunately, this is part of the issue that's being brought up in the next one.
23.
We're trying to figure out, just want to be sure that it's right. You know, we have to pull that earlier article that Mr. Ishak is referencing from the 2023 and make sure that that's included in there. The language about the fines.
And it might not just be the specific warrant article. I believe it's because of the way it's put in that section. But I believe we had addressed it the last time, so I can look and potentially ask that question of town council to make sure.
Yeah, it would be helpful to know how this is being enforced and what the consequences are of, not obeying the bylaw.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Can we open the public hearing, Tiffany?
Yes, now that the public hearing has been opened, if there is anyone who wishes to speak on the warrant article 17 related to firearms, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time, or make your presence known in the room. There are 20 individuals online, 3 in the room, and it looks like no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Aren't all of our warrant articles like this cross-referenced to the enforcement bylaw?
Well, the enforcement, so
And bylaws.
the general penalty provisions, I'm pulling, Joe and I are currently looking at this. And I think there may be an issue here, but we will circle back with the petitioners because I'm just looking at the version as amended on the advisory side.
And the original 6.2 or 3 or whatever it is.
Right. I'm just trying to see.
Doesn't have any cross-reference to.
Well, I'm looking at the original now and I'm cross-referencing. So the as amended version is 6.6.1, 6.6.2.
Perhaps we could solve this.
Yeah.
Maybe they could come back and, we could do the research and bring it back next week, or are we meeting next week or is that the following week?
Yeah,
Yes.
meeting next
Our
week.
meeting next week. Yeah. It does look like, so the penalties, there are listed penalties in the general penalty provisions for 6.6.1 and 6.6.2, and those are both $300. So, it's modifying those two subsections. So there is language in the general penalties, but the town council and I will confirm and reach back
Okay,
out to you.
thank you.
Okay, so we'll take this up next week. Next, warrant article 23. to require the town clerk who just walked in
Convenient.
to timely update the general bylaws following amendment. So I see Mike Toffel's in the audience, and he is the or a petitioner.
Been waiting for 3 hours.
Patient young man.
Good
You hold it by the minute.
Good evening, everyone. Mike Toffel, town meeting member from Precinct 8, and my co-petitioner, Alec, is online and will give some brief remarks after mine. So we're both town meeting members, Precinct 8, bringing what we consider to be a good government proposal to town meeting. This is fundamentally about the rule of law. We think believing in the rule of law requires that the government makes it easy to know what our laws are, for our community whom we ask to adhere to our laws, and for our elected leaders and town staff responsible for enforcing that law, including our police department, the building department, and the select board. Moreover, town meeting members are not currently notified of bylaw approvals by the Attorney General and the updates to our bylaws that are then made. So even our local legislators, as ambassadors to the public, are not given timely information on bylaw changes. Unfortunately, in Brookline, our claims to be dedicated to the rule of law isn't matched by the status of our bylaws, which are 5 years out of date. This means to learn what our town's laws are, you need to first check the main bylaws document, but that's only updated as of the 2020 town meeting. Second, you then need to check the town website to see if there are links to any updates from the last 2 years. And third, you need to check a 160-page document that's a compendium of correspondence between the town and the Attorney General's office about the bylaws town meeting passed since the year 2000. Brookline's the only town among several others we checked whose bylaws are outdated at all, much less 5 years outdated. We believe town meeting will agree that this is unacceptable and that we need to set a clear standard for timely updating of our bylaws. 2 years ago, Alec and I drafted a bylaw similar to the one we're bringing to town meeting next month. After discussions with the town clerk at that time, we learned that efforts were underway to fix this problem, and so we held off. 2 years later, the problem is still here, and we're done waiting. Our proposal calls for a very reasonable deadline for the town clerk to update our bylaws 10 business days after receiving approval from the Attorney General office. We've heard objections that we should just wait another year for the bylaws to get updated. Some have said it's inappropriate for town meeting to set a deadline for the timely updating of our bylaws. Others have asked why this isn't in the MOU for timely updating the public of the status of warrant articles. I advocated for this at the time, but those signing the MOU didn't include it. And so we're bringing this to town meeting to set a reasonable deadline. We believe having easily accessible, accurate bylaws is fundamental to living the words, being dedicated to the rule of law. And we hope you support this proposal when it comes to a vote at town meeting. Let me turn it over to Alec to see if he has anything else to add.
Thanks, Mike, and good evening, everyone. Not too much to add. I think Mike gave a great overview of our rationale behind this article and why we think it's important. I just reiterate how core of a function this is for any government, but certainly a local government, in fulfilling our mandate to the public and our mission at providing quality services and enforcing the rule of law. And I'd note that, this is something that not only impedes on the public's ability to stay appraised of updates to our bylaws, to what enforcement actions they may face for what has previously been allowed activity that might not be allowed anymore. This is something that also impedes the functioning of our legislature. In deliberations in this for this upcoming town meeting and the previous town meeting, we have had proposals that have come before the advisory committee that have involved amendments or updates to bylaws passed since November 2020. And this has led to an increased administrative burden as we've had to parse out what final version of the bylaw had been approved and what the final numbering of that bylaw was and where it was situated in existing bylaws. So, this is something that really speaks to, I think, what has to be a core competency and a core responsibility of our local government. And it's one that all of our comparable neighboring communities have managed to do. This has been a persistent issue in Brookline, as Mike has mentioned, and we feel that for that reason, a bylaw is the appropriate way forward. Even with the ongoing efforts that the town clerk has undertaken, and we are appreciative of those efforts, a bylaw ensures that regardless of any changes in personnel over the years to come, regardless of potential changes to private vendors who might service the E-code or any other future bylaw system, having a local bylaw in place ensures accountability as time passes and again as personnel change. And for that reason, we feel very strongly that this is something the town meeting needs to consider. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Oh,
Stay.
yeah, we're going to grill you.
We're going to grill you. No, I have
I'm not being grilled by you.
No.
I'm happy to answer your questions, but I'm
I
not
have
happy to be
Mike,
grilled.
thank you for your, and I appreciate where you're coming from on this. So I noticed it's only the general bylaw. Why not the zoning bylaw?
So we were asked that by AC as well. The zoning bylaw is not years out of date. It's up to date.
It's up to date.
Yep.
Was it always up to date? Because
I'm focusing on the problems of today. I don't know the history.
so, okay, but again, why apply? I mean, there's going to be changes to the zoning bylaw in the future. Why just, why not?
I'm happy to have your support to expand this to include zoning. It probably won't fit the moderators.
I'm sure it'll be an expansion. Again, I'm just curious. This is not a combative. You're being a little combative. Why?
Grilling sounds combative.
I think you started the combat, Mike.
I'm just
accusing us of violating the rule of law, associating us with Trump.
I didn't say anything about Trump.
No, you didn't, but yeah.
So you don't
either we can
let's-
share our affection for being in favor of the rule of law and requiring knowing what the law is. Hopefully we share that.
So your answer is that the zoning bylaw is not out of date.
Correct.
Today, therefore, we don't need to apply your solution to the zoning bylaw. You only want it to the general bylaw because the general bylaw is currently out of date.
Correct.
Okay, but the zoning bylaw could be out of date in the future.
Absolutely. In which
Okay.
case we would be delighted to bring another bylaw proposal, which hopefully would get your equal support.
John?
Is Ben going to comment on this or?
I would like him to.
Yeah, I would too.
You want to do it now?
You must be here for a reason, right?
I'm happy to do whatever the board would like. I'm happy to answer questions or to provide some of my insight on this particular article and the situation with our updated general bylaws. Mike's argument is spot on. Our bylaws are incredibly out of date. They've been out of date for years. They were out of date long before I became the clerk. And it was one of the issues that I ran on when I became the clerk. I undertook a project in 2021 to try to bring them up to date in our current system. And it required me being in town hall from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., 5 days a week for the entire months of June and July of 2021, at the end of which it was updated to the point where it is now, and really made me realize that there needed to be a different way. So I reached out to other communities to see what they had done, much as Mike had done, actually some of the same communities, Belmont, Arlington, and came back with the general code project. You asked about the zoning bylaws. The project was for both the zoning and the general bylaws. Huge appreciation to Kara Bruton, to Polly Selko, to the team in the planning department for getting the zoning bylaws up to date. And we're doing the same project right now with the general bylaws. We've actually completed our work. Currently, we're having department heads review our proposed changes because there's some clerical corrections in there, corrections of spelling and references. We wanted to get their input back on it, and it has to go before town meeting. So it's going to go before town meeting in November in order to be adopted, at which point our general bylaws will be at the same status as our zoning bylaws. In the interim, I signed on to a memorandum of understanding with the board and with the moderator that includes addressing some of the issues that are raised by this bylaw. It says that the town clerk will, to the best of their ability, update the post the bylaw approvals from the Attorney General's office within 10 days, and then we'll send those approvals to General Code, our vendor, within 10 business days. What's important is it gives a level of flexibility, and this is one of the issues that I have with this specific bylaw change. The bylaw requires updates that the corrections be posted within 10 business days, and that the bylaws themselves be updated within 10 business days. And there's 3 reasons why that sometimes is not possible. The first is due to the timing of us receiving bylaw changes from the Attorney General. Sometimes they send them back to us in a scattershot fashion. A good example of this was we received the approvals for a historic district, but we did not receive the approved map until 2 weeks later. In that situation, it made sense for us to hold that approval, not post it within our 10 days, so that we could post both the approved language and the approved map together as a single posting. Sometimes it has to do with the timing in the town clerk's office. The approvals from the May 2024 annual town meeting were received in the town clerk's office on November 5th, 2024, which was election day. The town clerk's office had tremendous obligations to do after that. So we prioritized doing those other obligations and certifying the election, ensuring that we counted provisional ballots so we could have a free and fair election, which did result in those bylaw changes being posted 15 days instead of 10 days after we received them from the Attorney General's office. And the third is our requirement to actually have the bylaws updated within 10 days. And the reason for that is under the new general code project, our E-code is actually updated by our vendor. It's how we're going to allow our bylaws to be up to date. The town clerk's office does not have the capacity to do those updates as they currently exist. So we're essentially outsourcing that work so that it can be done in a timely fashion, even with our current staffing levels. However, in our contract, we don't have a requirement that it be updated within 10 days. In all of our experience with general code on the zoning bylaws, and in every conversation I've had with other communities when looking at going to general code, they have made those updates within a couple of days, but it's not a requirement in our contract. And a concern that I have is that if we were to approve this bylaw, general code would look at it and say, we're not willing to be out of compliance with your general bylaws. This is going to void the contract that we have with them and potentially kick our entire project back to zero. So the recommendation that I've made, that I made to the petitioners when they first came to me with this, that I made to the advisory committee, and that I make to the select board tonight, is to not craft a bylaw that's trying to address a problem that will already be resolved in a year. To instead support the memorandum of understanding that we have. I have continued to update the website. I've sent an example of that to the board. I've also sent it to the petitioners looking for their input, and to allow the town clerk's office to complete that codification project, to bring it before town meeting in November, and to allow it to go into effect. And if after that there continue to be these issues, to reapproach this conversation. But currently, to pass a bylaw on a temporary situation that's already being resolved, and a bylaw that the town clerk's office is likely not going to be able to effectively comply with because the current status of our bylaw does not allow us to comply with it, is something that I don't think is appropriate at this time. So I'm happy to take any questions from the board, and happy to answer any of them.
Yeah. Ben, thank you very much. Quick bit of history. One of the first things that happened when I was elected to this board was that the prior town administrator urged me to work with him for Brookline to petition the legislature to have an appointed town clerk versus an elected town clerk. That didn't work out so great. The measure was defeated. When we voted on it locally. The understanding of the office that was conveyed to me at that time was that the town clerk has a lot of independence. I mean, you are an elected official, okay? I am an elected official. It's not clear that I can dictate to you how you should do your job, and you can't dictate to me how I should do my job. I have my own questions as to whether town meeting can dictate to you how you should do your job. You know, when one is an elected official, usually the remedy, if a person is not living up to the expectations of the voters, is to vote that person out of office and vote someone in office who, will live up to those expectations. So I'm not going to try to resolve this tonight, nor do I encourage people to get into that question tonight. But I think that question is consistent with what you have just said, which is that it's not always the right thing to do to attempt to legislate how someone has to do their job with hard deadlines, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because then what? If they don't meet those deadlines, what? I mean, they get dragged out of the office and put in jail. I don't know what the punishment is for not conforming to this. So I appreciate what you said. I appreciate Mike's efforts and the efforts of others. But I think there's a lot of questions as to whether this is even doable to have town meeting intervene and dictate to the town clerk deadlines for when the town clerk has to have their job done. So I'll just leave that question hanging in the air.
Okay, Mike?
So Mike said something very interesting that sort of links back to what you've just said, John. And Mike, I think you said that the bylaw ensures. Bylaws don't ensure anything. People do their work, and that's what ensures that things get done. And very clearly, we have a town clerk who is doing the work, doing his job. And he's saying, I really can't promise to comply with this particular construct. And I realize that changing the construct in a significant way you may run into problems with the moderator, but you may want to wait until November town meeting, see what happens with what's going on currently, back off of this. And then again, you came up here, saying, well, the zoning bylaw is in good shape, but the general bylaws aren't. Well, he's been working on the zoning bylaw. Okay? So I think you have to give credit where credit is due right from the get-go. And you don't need to respond to that right now, but I do want to put the idea in your head that, well, let's step back.
Mike, why don't you respond?
So I wanted to respond to John Van Scoyak's question about whether this is legal, and if you believe the town council, it is. We sought his approval, and he agreed this was appropriate.
Thanks. Paul?
Yep. So I want to provide some history and context here, because a boatload of work went into an agreement between the town clerk, the select board, and the moderator that was initiated by Mike was going to file a warrant article that had some of this stuff in it. Actually, what's in the MOU, or some of the things in the MOU. And we spent a considerable time with Mike in Chaz's office. I pulled everybody together. It was a humongous amount of work to get the three parties to come to an agreement as to what would be done. And we had an extensive conversation. And by the way, that's being executed on. The moderator's executing on it. Ben is executing on it. The select board signed on to it with the support from the town administrator. And it was an example of how we should do things, Mike. Instead of just throwing warrant articles, let me finish. Let me finish. Against the wall, right? To actually work collaboratively and collegially with the individuals that we're trying to influence to execute and do their jobs. So I'm almost done, David. I'm not almost done.
Well,
let me finish, because this is I'm going to get there. The 10-day issue was discussed at length. Mike knew that 10 days was a problem for Ben because of the contract with the vendor. That was made very clear to you, Mike, at the time. It's not something that we can change. There was a commitment to do it as quick as it could be done once the bylaws are updated. The zoning bylaw is now updated. I'm sure it happens very quickly in days. But you knew very well that the general bylaw could not be committed to within 10 days because of this issue with the vendor, right? You knew that. And I guess I'll be clear, I'm pretty disappointed that you didn't even bother to approach the parties ahead of time and say, I'm going to bring this article because I'm still stuck on 10 days. What can we do about it? I think that unfortunately, the collegiality that you kind of participated in before, that's the right way to get this type of stuff done, instead of just coming and making accusations to the select board not following the law. And here's your warrant article, you're going to solve the problem.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. So I think you might have missed the point when I said very clearly, Alec and I met with the town clerk 2 years ago when we proposed this and pulled back because we understood at that point that a project was underway, and that we're returning now 2 years later after having had those discussions, after the MOU has been completed that excluded this piece, and we're bringing this to town meeting to hear their perspective. Because at the end of the day, to remind you all, this is a town meeting decision. And we'll be happy to continue the conversation at town meeting.
David?
Actually, can I do this?
Yeah.
Can I do something on? I want to address one thing on the memorandum of understanding, and please correct me if my recollection is incorrect about the memorandum of understanding, but there actually is a section of the MOU that includes timely updating. And it says that within 10 days, the constables will post it, and that within 10 days, it will be sent to general code to be incorporated into those bylaws. So I want to make sure I understand that that is part of that MOU and that is part of our agreement as well.
Well, I don't have it in front of me. I recall that that's exactly correct.
The language
David?
is, yes. very good.
I just want to take this a step back for a
Wait,
moment.
David,
Oh, I'm sorry.
guys,
No,
don't
just-
actually read the language.
The language is within 10 days after Attorney General approval of any bylaws, the town clerk's office will, 1, direct constables to post the approved changes. 2, submit approved changes for E-code publication beginning in May of 2025 for the general bylaws.
Okay, David?
I want to take it a step back for a moment. I don't think we should decide warrant articles on the basis of the personalities involved or what happened when, but on the merits of what the text of the warrant article actually states. And Mike mentioned that someday in the future, there will be, the very distant future, there will be a different town clerk, there'll be a different select board, there'll be different people in place. But the bylaw would potentially survive if it's a good bylaw. So I think that we sometimes have a tendency to get lost a bit in the who and the what and the why, rather than what would the warrant article do? What does it say? What would it accomplish? And we heard, I think, some very legitimate counterpoints from the town clerk about, well, if something comes to me on election day, that's really got to be my focus. I'm not going to be able to get it done in 10 days. Very understandable. So I think when we have that type of feedback, is there a way, Mike, and this will be a question to you, that the 10-day requirement, you'd have a willingness to loosen up on a little bit? I understand your general point, and I certainly agree with it, but there are some circumstances I think you might be willing to concede where 10 days is not practical, and our town clerk gave 2 concrete examples of that. I think if those types of situations can be addressed, I would be very supportive of this.
Great. Thank you, David. Is the town council in the meeting? Is he online?
Town council is online. Let me see if I can.
Yes, I am.
Hey.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Callahan. So to get at David's question, I wanted to ask you to participate in the conversation if we can. And so as I understand it, once the constables post an updated bylaw publicly, that it is then the law of the land. Is that correct?
So, so after the AG's approval, yes, there's a posting requirement. It only becomes effective for general bylaws at that point, and zoning bylaws for the date it was originally published. But that's
Okay.
that's a date it goes into effect. The effective date might be different for general bylaws versus zoning bylaws, but you're essentially right.
Okay, thank you. So for in the context of the general bylaws, it goes, unless it has some effective date that's post-dated, it
Correct,
goes into
post-dated.
effect the day it gets posted by the constable. So the question then, David, to think about is how long do we want laws to be in effect, but are difficult or impossible for the community to know what those laws are, and for the enforcement agencies like the building department or the police department to have difficulty knowing what the laws are. And so my sense is it shouldn't be very long as a matter of good government. We shouldn't have laws that are on the books that people can't know about, to adhere to, or enforce. And so the question is, what's the risk? How many days do we want to allow that circumstance to arise where there are laws of the land that are on the books, but people don't quite know about them? And my sense is, and Alex's sense is, was like 10 business days from the day that the town clerk gets it to the time that everyone's notified is like roughly the right amount of risk. But I welcome feedback on your risk tolerance
Well,
to hear proposals.
You mentioned that other municipalities have it established at 10 days. I'm not disagreeing with that as a general principle. I just think that there can be times, such as Ben stated, where the 10 days is not practical. Now, in my field, there are time standards for when you need to achieve permanency for a child who's involved in a social services case, and it's generally 12 to 15 months. But a judge, under the exceptional circumstances clause, can decide to extend that. So we could do something similar here, that 10 days is sort of the default, but under exceptional circumstances, there could be an extension. Because I do think we have to be mindful of finite resources with the town clerk's office. There are situations that may arise. So I don't think that no matter what, we can always ensure that it'll be 10 days, but I would like to see it usually 10 days.
I think Alec and I can take this feedback back and think about whether we can draft something to accommodate that suggestion.
Paul?
Probably an expansion of the article, but you just heard the town administrator say that's exactly the agreement that's in place between the select board, which you approved the agreement. I think you were here for the vote, so it was just a year ago. The moderator and the town clerk. And it was very clear that 10 days was the target, but because the vendor cannot commit to 10 days, which means you're going to pass a bylaw that is potentially already putting the town clerk in violation of the law. Why would we implement and pass a law that we know is already automatically going to put the individual who's responsible for it in violation of the law? Makes no sense to me, David.
I agree with you. I'm asking for an adjustment. I'm saying 10 days where we can, and if there's a circumstance that arises that we can't, have that allowance.
Yeah, Mike, this is a public hearing, and I'd like to end this meeting before the day is out.
No,
Yeah.
you and me both. So essentially, that's what I was asking as well. I will say that, Mike, from the perspective of knowing about it, if the town clerk simply publishes that bylaw or the warrant article number A, B, C, or whatever, or 5, 6, 7, has been approved by the Attorney General, and that list is up there, it's very easy for people in that interregnum period, that whether it's 10 days, 15 days, or 16 days, to go and look up what was passed at town meeting. So it's not quite as severe as people having no idea what the law is. And I really do think you have to take that into account.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Can we open the public hearing, see if anyone is interested in speaking?
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, if there's anyone who wishes to speak on warrant Article 23, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time, or if you're in the room, please make your presence known. Would you like to speak? Okay.
Thank you. Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. I think it's very important. I've written a number of articles. I've also had a number of agreements from different departments. And it's amazing how quickly the institutional memory just disappears. And it's something I want to talk about tonight when I rise for the public comment. So I am concerned that this is being done as a memorandum of understanding, and I would go on the record of guaranteeing it would be in default at some point. It just won't be honored the same way. It just won't. Thank you.
Okay. There are approximately 2 individuals in the room and 17 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak at this time.
Okay, I'll close the hearing. Any further discussion? Okay, thank you. Okay, warrant articles that we've already held our hearings on for. Warrant Article 24, home rule petition, real estate transfer fee. Any thoughts on that before we vote? Paul?
Yep, so I have John Van Scoyac and I, along with Alec Leibovitz, representing the petitioners of Article 24, have filed an amendment to the article. It should be in the packet Is it in the packet?
It is.
Yes.
It is in the packet. And essentially what the amendment does is the original article had 100% of the real estate transfer fee going to the Affordable Housing Trust. And the amendment divides the fee between 50% to the Housing Trust and then 50% into the general fund. And the reason for that is for a number of reasons. One, part of our great challenge today, and we'll have challenges in the future, is meeting our obligations for our budget and our limited ability to be able to raise additional taxes without having an operating override. So it's essentially creating another local option tax for us that would go into the general fund. And, you know, depending on the rate with which town meeting ends up deciding, or the select board recommends the town meeting, the percentage and also the exemption level, you know, this could be a significant amount of money that would flow into the general fund, potentially reducing or eliminating the need for operating overrides. The most important thing here is the petitioners have agreed to this as a friendly amendment. I believe Alec is probably still online about it. Last night, EDAB took it up as part of their consideration of the article, and they've voted favorable action on the amended article. Of course, you're the second ones to see it because no one else has seen it yet. So anyway, that's the amendment.
Any further discussion? So an end run around Proposition 2.5.
Say that again?
An end run around Proposition 2.5.
Only if
Maybe that's-
the legislature passes it.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
only if
of
the
course.
legislature, yeah, all it is consider it's an additional local option tax.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I will say that at the, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
at the sort of group of legislators that was convened by the Brookline Community Development Corporation yesterday, there was a Representative Vitolo said when town meeting passes a home rule petition, he brings it forward. He's not necessarily in favor of this particular home rule petition, but he did say that he would do his job and present it to the legislature accordingly. So I do think there's, and other municipalities are doing the same thing. Whether the legislature passes something that allows communities across the state to do it or not remains an open question, but I think this is probably a sensible thing for us to do. And I like the amendment.
Good comment.
John.
Yeah, I'm excited that we might have a sort of a breakthrough here. You won't often see, you know, articles or amendments brought to town meeting co-sponsored by me, Paul, Alec, and, you know, all of Alec's co-petitioners. And one of the things Tommy Vitolo will also say, Representative Vitolo, and says it often, because people come to him and they say, you know, I'm told that if we send this up to the legislature, it might not pass. So should we change the wording of it in a way that it might pass? And his answer is always, ask for what you want. And this is a way of asking for what we want. And it makes a very important statement, I think, to the legislature and to the town. If anybody hasn't sort of already figured this out, we need revenue. And we need revenue not just for housing. We need revenue for schools. We need revenue for municipal purposes and so on. And this is an improvement on what had been the first iteration of this several years ago, where all of the revenue, if it were to be realized, would have gone into the housing trust. Now we have a chance at, you know, 50% for the housing trust, 50% for all of these extraordinary other needs of the town.
Well,
just add one more point, Bernard. I know you're anxious to get this done. This also has an important implications for affordability in Brookline. So we know that as we continue to raise taxes, as we have operating overrides, this adds a tremendous financial burden, tax burden, annual burden on those who are trying to stay in Brookline. Maybe they're house rich and they're, you know, income poor or both. And, you know, this, given the way that the article's written, there's a tremendous amount of flexibility for a town meeting to exempt those that would be harmed by such a tax, a transfer fee, right? So this isn't adding to the annual burden. So if there's an individual that has a property, they've been in it for a long time, they're going to need those proceeds to either downsize, they're income restricted, or they need those proceeds to perhaps go into longer term elder care. We have the option to be able to set the exemption level very high. We could say it's not $1 million, it's $4 million, and we could exempt a whole class of individuals to be determined. But I do think it's an important part of our ability to try to start reducing the annual and also every 3 year operating overrides. I think it's a way to bend the curve if it ever came back to us. So I hope that you would support it, and I would like to move favorable action on the amended article.
Okay, we didn't vote on this so far, so we don't need to vote for the amendment. Okay, you've made your motion. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
I guess I'll vote aye. Not really for more taxes. At any rate. Okay, next. We have Article 10. Community Preservation Act Fund appropriations. Let's see. Okay, do we have a revised motion
Yes.
on this?
There have been just some slight changes in appropriation 10, naming the Recreation Department rather than the Parks and Open Space Division. It's a couple of modifications to reflect the correct divisions that are
There's no monetary change.
no monetary changes.
Okay, so I think we're ready to vote.
Yeah.
As amended.
As amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
Dave Perlman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Warrant Article 18. Amend Article 8.32, Town's General Bylaws to reduce demand for single-use plastic food packaging. Was someone supposed to follow up, or was that amended or anything?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
And
It had
the
the
Small
support
Business
of,
Development Committee was okay with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I had the DPW support.
Okay, why don't we just vote then? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren, I'm sorry, Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Zero vote aye. Warrant Article 19, amend Article 8.33 of the Town's General Bylaws to expand and adjust the regulation of plastic bags. Any updates on that?
Same result with the SBDC, yeah.
Okay, and they were favorable to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Chair will vote aye. Okay, reconsideration of warrant Article 2 because of the BETA, Brookline Engineering, whatever, right?
Melissa is yes.
Melissa?
So earlier this evening in executive session, the select board voted to approve the memorandum of agreement between the town and the engineers unit. Now that that has been voted, we can put this in front of town meeting for funding of the contract. So it's a very simple agreement. It is a straight 2% wage increase for the unit just for 1 year for fiscal 25. And it will be, once town meeting approves, we'll move funding into the fiscal 25 budget, approximately $24,000.
Great. So we voted no action on this last or previous meeting.
At the
So
time, we didn't have any agreements, but now we do. So you
Right.
need to reconsider.
Well, that's just what I was going to do.
Mhm.
I move reconsideration. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So we're reconsidering warrant Article 2 to incorporate the collective bargaining agreement that we approved in executive session earlier today. All in favor of warrant Article 2 with the Beta contract in it, indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And that, I believe, is the last item on our agenda. Do we have anyone who wants to speak?
Yes, we do. First up will be Regina Frawley.
Thank you again, Tiffany. Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. And the topic was really the previous article that Mike was talking about is the same issue. Years ago, there was a traffic calming committee met here in the building. Nobody knew about it. It was mixed with both, mostly with volunteer board members. And somehow or other, I finally caught wind of it when they had finally done a draft. And my head was spinning like I had heard nothing about this. Turned out they never did follow the open meeting law. They never did advertise. I went to town council and that was Jennifer DePazzo. And she said, give me 24 hours to check into this. And she did. And she found that they were in violation. Now they had spent months doing this. And she told them to throw it in the barrel, to throw it away and start de novo. And two of us, myself and Hugh Madison, attended the meetings and were active participants in the design of that proposal for policy, for street calming policy. It came to our attention fairly recently that there are plans on my street to add several speed bumps. We've never been consulted. We've never been invited to any kind of meeting. We're just being told this is how it is. Now, maybe that was done strictly within the engineering department and transportation. I really don't know, but that's kind of the issue. We really don't know. The sense of the meeting I had, as Paul heard on Saturday, is my street, which is only 3 short blocks. We don't want it, but nobody's consulted us. In the past, I can tell you with great authority, factual authority, because one of the people came and told me about it, that there was such incestuous kind of consulting with individuals on the street when the engineering department wanted something. And if hundreds, and I mean over 300 people in the neighborhood opposed something, it didn't matter if the transportation board wanted it, if one member wanted it. And the person who told me all about what went on secretly in their homes, they were each 3 or 4 different people on the street would promise, we'll give you this, a bump out of this or that, if you support this over the objections of 300 people. And they did. And one of the people never got what she was promised. So she came to me to tell me about it. So bottom line is that the open meeting law, the development of policy, maybe it's now being done exclusively in-house. I'll never know, or I hope I will know, but I don't know. Should be made public that we should know when these things are happening, and we should be consulting with the neighborhood, the people who use the streets, not those who theoretically design them. Excuse me, I still had 15 seconds.
No, it's overtime now.
Over. Oh, I see.
Okay, the next speaker is Emily Jacobson.
Hi, thank you for staying late. So I've given you the transportation policies. I've given you the bicycle, pardon me, I'm a little bit tired. The green routes plan and the walkable streets plan. These are all volunteer-led plans. So I would like you to reconsider your decision because the reason we would like the green routes plan updated is that when we first started this plan, it was 2008. At the time, there was very little technical guidance for what an acceptable bicycle facility was. It was state of the art to ask a group of volunteers, do you think this is good enough? And have their advice. Since then, the National Association of Transportation Officials released its bike design guide in 2011. MassDOT released their design guide in 2015. And very importantly, this year, the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices was updated. This is the first update that it's received in over 20 years. These guides are generally in effect for 10 to 20 years. And with that guide was released a bicycle design guide. So in order for the Green Routes Plan to remain useful, it needs designs that are feasible on different roads so that staff can go to Complete Streets, into the Complete Streets design, not only with a high level of the cost of different options, but with their eyes open to the different technical suitabilities of different designs. When the Bicycle Advisory Committee recommended bicycle access CIP funds be used towards updating the Green Routes Plan, it was with the knowledge that we were going to be giving up other more tangible goals that could be achieved with these funds, like a new bollard protected bike lane, for instance. My predecessors and colleagues on the committee have done a wonderful job of creating this plan and shepherding it from relative obscurity to a place within our town's goals, as expressed through the Complete Streets policy and warrant Article 31. In order for the town to achieve its goals within our budget, we need targeted, technically feasible recommendations to help our staff. So I ask you to please respect the advice of our committee, the time the staff that used to prepare the contract, and the years of volunteer effort that went into the plan. And I urge you to reconsider your decision and move swiftly to approve these funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, so that will end the meeting.